That's all you need, a little baby, is a little wee start. All you needed was a little wee start, huh, buddy boy?
Fuck.
What kind of alcoholic beverages did you get?
Ultras. I got ultras. Ultras.
Yum.
So Steve bought what's his name, a car or a Lambo.
Yep.
Bro, see how like dorky that shit kind of shit stuff he does, and he like became huge. I want to do some dorky shit like that. I got a fucking Lambo. Like check Tuesday.
Check Tuesday. Check Tuesday.
What happens if you click the lock on the...
It just goes away. Did you start your stream again?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You got scared.
I thought the fucking webcam was fucked.
Wow, if you would have broke my webcam.
Hey, brother. Yeah, since you know what I'm saying, I gotta think of some stupid shit to say.
You're like, hey, sister.
What the hell?
Start doing, hey, sister. What's up, sister? What do you think about this one, sister? Just be like, hey.
Hold on.
You know,
I'm fucking cooking right now. Should talk shit to all these kids. Full box.
Box 200.
Oh. Did you hit a rip of that cart or what?
Mm-hmm. What is this guy doing?
Carts go crazy. I used to not think that they were good, but they're good. Carts nowadays are crazy.
This one I got says it's 90%.
90?
Yeah, it says it's 83% THC and 0.6 CBD total cannabis.
What about the terpenes? Two?
Yeah.
Try to get a 6%, 8% terpenes. It tastes like amazing.
Amazing.
It's so weird. I think it's so weird that Kelsey probably still has all that knowledge about you know what, but doesn't smoke.
All about what? Oh. She's gonna get in there and get us all the free stuff. Wouldn't that be dope?
They don't get free shit, bro. They only get like 30% off. They get like days where they like come together and fucking all like chief it up together and try new shit. I asked them one day. That I don't think it's as cool as you think it is.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I think it's like it'd be cool, but you can't be baked on the job.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
All of them are usually.
Yeah, they are. Actually, I can tell.
I'd be like, Lottie Dottie, I'm going to party.
Got a Twitch follow? Thanks for the Twitch follow. Thanks for the Twitch follow. Welcome in. How you doing? Having a few brewskis for the boys tonight.
Brewski for the boys. Oh, Brewski for the boys. Let's go. Oh, wait. Killed him with that nade. Oh, he stuck him. Go.
Cody,
Done.
you know, I was like talking about like those maps. I want to create maps on Fortnite, you know, like through the Unreal Engine, like their little separate program they have now. That yeah. Anyways, you download it and you have to have 1,000 followers or 1,000 subscribers or whatever. Blah 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 blah. But you know how I want to make maps?
Yeah.
There's so many maps. Like people made this map like a box fighting map. It was like it went through like you like it's like when you when you got like on a kill streak, it went on like different things. Like it'd be like you're gay, you're transgender, you're liquid fluid.
Hey, don't say that.
I don't think that will get. No, that's
a bad word.
no, but I'm using it in a good way because I'm talking about LGBTQ blah blah blah.
LGBTQ. Alright.
But yeah, they made a map. They made a map about it. But I need to be creative like that, like something weird. Dude, yeah, once you get your TikTok, bro, don't ever get banned. You'll make the most gifts. Like this girl that I'm watching, these girls I've been watching, I've been pulling in like $300 a night just on gifts. That's fucking goated.
Lottie dog.
I want to make some money like that. If I didn't get banned.
What the fuck?
Cody, then you'll get these in Twitch. Hey, I like your stream. I started following you. In exchange, could you use my code in the item shop? Fuck no.
Hell no.
Use my code.
All I get is pimp shit.
Plug walk.
Oh, cow.
Are you already past your 3-game whatever? Huh?
My last one.
Oh. Are you doing good or are you doing bad?
Doing good. I'm just getting messed up now. Team is getting fucked up.
Are you actually gonna try to go pro? I kind of believe you now.
I am gonna go pro.
I actually kind of believe you now. Because you bought a controller for $140. Huh?
I said yes, sir.
$140 controller, bro. That's crazy. I guess I spent 119 on mine. Well, why don't you recruit here in Moses? That'd be sick. Moses like Wolverines. Why are you doing game battles and shit like real pros? Isn't that what people do?
Yeah, but bro, I got no teammates. You hear me?
What about Ricky?
Ricky? Ricky's on that softball grind.
Yeah, he is in with the softball shit. That's cool though.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that's a lot of commitment. Like from March, every weekend, pretty much, till August. Fuck that.
Let's go.
Oh shit, I got the beers. I had the beer on stream.
Ooh. I gotta hit Crimson this fucking. If I hit Crimson this season, bro, it's honestly possible. I can be top 250 by next season. If I got top 250 any season.
Do I think it would be pretty dope? Yeah, for Central servers? Is it?
It's
Is
west.
it?
They're west. Like, I can get Central servers, but it's like west and central.
Oh, it's West and Central, and they don't have East.
They do have east.
They have East too.
Yeah, so like.
So they have top 250 for each region.
No, like it's all the same region. Or it's like all. It's like one leaderboard, I guess.
Wait,
Like,
say that?
like it's leaderboards, but like different. Like people play on different servers. That makes sense. Like there's only one leaderboard. Feel me?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm about to die. So there's 3 regions, but everyone plays on one leaderboard. That counts as the top 250.
Yeah, because it's by SR, so it doesn't really matter who you're facing.
Oh,
But I mean, like I could still get in games with them.
but so you could get in games with people from Asia?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of whack. You know why? 'Cause you guys don't have enough players. That's why Fortnite overruns it.
Wait, what did you say?
I said because you guys don't have enough players.
Yeah, we do.
If you got Asian players playing in your shit.
Well, but not all the time. I mean, like, it could happen, but. Well, what are you gonna say about Asians, huh?
No, I'm not even saying anything about him. You fucker.
Pretty fucked up the way you're going.
Oh my gosh, why is it? Why do I always have to sound demeaning? I'm not demeaning.
Well, what are you trying to say? You're like, you get in servers with Asians. I don't know. That's pretty funny to me. Is it not?
Oh my gosh, I didn't mean it like that. I was saying
Well, let
like,
me
cause
tell
like,
you,
cause
that's the
like
way
you
it
guys
sounded,
are,
right?
cause you guys are like so far away, like.
You getting gamed with Asians? I even think I heard you say you hate them at that little end or something.
No, I did. Oh my god, that's so funny.
It's messed up. It's your own kind.
Marcela Barajas. Thank you for the follow on TikTok.
Baila.
Barajas.
Baila.
Barajas. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Nope, you can't. the top 250, man. You in the top 250, mate? You in the top 250, man? Well, what's up there, brother?
What did Ricky say today? I muted myself because I didn't want to get yelled at.
Yeah, bro.
But bro, his fucking background is crazy sometimes.
It's like actually how I messed up.
No, it's just being
Being a dickhead? Yeah.
no. No, it's being
An asshole?
No. Being assertive. Would you rather be passive aggressive? Be like, oh, I wish Ricky would turn down his background.
No, you should just fucking not say anything and fucking just let him do what he wants. I mean, asshole.
No, dude, you're
Mute your fucking mic, Ricky. Fucking A, motherfucker. That's what you fucking do.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my god.
Fucking mute your fucking mic, Ricky. Fucking stupid motherfucker.
Oh my god.
That shit's loud as fuck, Ricky. You need to fucking mute your fucking mic, Ricky.
Well, I don't want to hear fucking Maddie and fucking B yelling and shit. Like, what the hell?
Whoa. That's just the way they are. Whether you like it or not. Hear me, buddy, bitch? Fucking Mickey, turn on your fucking mic. Well, your asshole ass doesn't.
No, I'm not.
Fuck that, to be honest.
Yo, what up, Johnny?
Hey, what's up, Johnny boy?
Johnny, send me some fucking roses. I'll hit a gritty right now for you.
Cal, hit one for free, please.
No.
Why, bro? Hit a little renegade for me.
What the fuck?
Hit a little renegade. 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 Hitting clips after one by one. Renegade. Ooh.
Alright.
Renegade.
Hey, I want you to do something.
What?
I want you to try this. It's an experiment. Actually, it is. I want you to make a clip and say, Diamond Lobbies be like, and see if it.
Be like, I'll fucking be like, hello, you guys want to straighten my hair?
What?
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be like, Cal, be like, oh, you guys want to buy a new straightener?
What?
That's what I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, she is on a pain nail. You guys want to paint nails and have fun? You guys want to have paint nails and have a girls' date?
Johnny, I'm not telling you anything. Motherfucker. Trying to get me banned on here, bruh. The only thing I smoke is cigarettes.
One of the things I smoke is your mother on a Tuesday.
No, I'm being dead ass.
Yeah, me too.
I'm being dead ass, bro. You ain't even banned.
Hey, sister.
Oh my god.
What's up, sister? What's up, sister? What's up, sister? Why wouldn't you want to do
Huh? Why wouldn't I what? Why wouldn't I what?
Why wouldn't you want to do that? The hey, sister.
That's dumb.
Hey, sister.
Oh, I need to ready up.
God damn. It's not what I'm talking about here, Bond. Dang nabbit.
Dang nabbit. 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 I knocked over my... No, I dropped over my bear. Nabbit.
Get your little fucking hillbilly ass over here, Jeremy. Now was that you get in my whiskey collection out there, boy? It was. We had. Oh. It was not gonna be happening for me, boy. God damn nabbit. Dang nabbit.
Did you ever watch Courage the Cowardly Dog?
Pinche tu madre.
Oh my god. Jesus, bro. what about Ricky? What about Ricky today when he go? You gotta go to Bravo? He goes, yeah, I gotta go to work. Or what is it? He goes. He's like, no, I gotta go to work.
Oh my gosh.
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes.
He's like, no, I gotta go to work.
I said, you have trabajo today? And he said, nah, I gotta go to work.
Oh my god, that was so funny. You say some fucking Beetlejuice shit. What color is a carrot? Well, a carrot is a carrot.
No, you gotta be like, you know what would really funny is be like, if you dig a hole 50 feet, how deep is the hole?
50 feet.
He'd be like, I don't know, that 25 feet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or well, he's like, what's the number to 911? I don't know the number to 911. A carrot? I don't know about a carrot. Red? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No, it's Century. So, dude. Since you've been chilling, bro. Since you've been hard lurking. Hell yeah, bro.
I can't believe Clay had 0 fucking points. What a fucking
What a wash ass bitch.
bitch ass motherfucker. Should just fucking retire. He's so bad. Sucks. Calv, he actually fucking sucks, right? Damn, Calv, I'm surprised you're still awake. It's past your bedtime, little mijo.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. You never stay up this late. What are you talking?
I know, I never stay up this late, but I don't know. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna be like, so it's like might as well stream as much as I can. I don't know if they. I might just stream anyway, still with the door open. I just can't smoke. Cause these little fucking snitches.
Snitches that are bitches.
I know they'll snitch now after what happened with the internet.
What?
No, I was like, I know. I think they'll snitch now because after I went out there and was like, got all pissed off.
Oh, you think they're scared of you, buddy?
Yeah, no, but if they get a chance to snitch on me, they will.
And if
So-
they do, I'll fucking cut their internet wire.
Fucking cut their.
Nah,
little-
blah blah blah. You gotta be family friendly there, buddy. Or you always get caught up again, boy.
Carrot. I don't know about carrot. Yeah, that's what he said. Because carrot. I don't know about
I don't
carrot.
know, Red.
Yeah.
Nah, I like it when they say to dig the hole in. They're like, okay, you dig a hole 6 feet. How deep is the hole? He's like, I don't know, about like 25 feet.
Oh my god.
They're like, spell BMW. He's all JDW.
That's so funny, man. Clouded. Damn, son.
What?
You about to go through that gram.
Huh? I'm downstairs.
Oh. Damn, son. What if they made 2-gram carts? That'd be fucking.
They do.
In Oregon, huh?
I can get you one here.
No. I don't want to go through some black market shit.
Cal,
What'd you say?
what if I told you that I could get you a full ounce for $200?
I mean, I probably wouldn't buy it because I can't
Why?
smoke that. Can't smoke that in this house. In some
No,
apartment.
the ABS.
Oh, an ounce for it?
Yeah,
I don't even know how that works.
this is good. I've
I'm already getting like a QP or a QP. I'm already getting a good price. Like, I mean, it's probably not as good as that, but it's pretty good.
for your birthday.
Huh?
I'm gonna get it for you for an early birthday gift.
Nah, bro, you don't have to do that.
I am. I shouldn't even have to. I just want to know if you'd smoke it.
Yeah, I would.
It comes in one jar, bro. You can just pick out.
I saw Bubba used to get it too.
It's honestly nice. Like, I kind of want to buy one for myself.
Man, I'm getting fried. Alright, Code.
What? You going to bed?
No. No. I want you to spend $100 on Fortnite when I get my credit code.
I will.
just kidding. I fucking want that thing so bad.
And $500. Spent $7,000
Shit.
on your creator code.
Shit.
What would you do if I gave you a fucking $8,000 dono?
Buy a new PC. I use this one as my streaming PC and buy a gaming PC. If I wouldn't buy a car, honestly.
You wouldn't buy a car. What the hell's wrong with you, boy?
I wouldn't buy a car.
Alright, what if I gave you a gazillion? I don't know.
I'd probably buy a car, but I wouldn't buy a car with like $10,000. I wouldn't buy it.
What if I gave you $10,000 dono?
I'd buy a new PC.
Yes, let's go.
So I got a guy like that gave up today in Fortnite in a match. He gave me his guns and everything. I'm gonna say European lobbies be like. I've been doing NA Central, NA West. But I'm gonna say European. Do you think that'd be funny?
Yeah, sorry, bro. I was focusing, bro. We're coming back.
Oh,
We're
no,
down
you're-
5-2. Sorry, but yeah, I think that would be funny to just watch how demeaning you are.
What the fuck? Where the fuck did that come from, you motherfucker?
Your ass be saying it meaningful. Like earlier, like what you were saying about yellows and shit.
Oh boy. You're such a fucking tongue twister and bitch.
You see, you almost said that.
I did not say anything. I know how to watch my words.
You almost said that. and it's over. About to drop out of diamond.
Are you really?
Nah. Maybe.
What's Nate shot now?
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Full gets carried though.
Yeah, he does. See, if I had a squad like that, bro, easy, all day. I'd be getting death all day, no problem.
I've seen. That's what people say about Shroud too. Like he does good at his game because I don't know. Shroud's fucking different. He has.
Shroud's a goat.
Yeah.
Calvin,
Yo.
you sleepy?
Nope.
You not a little sleepy baby yet? Surprise you.
I'm drinking this 12 pack.
No.
Yeah. And then I'm going to the bar and then I'm gonna find my wife.
No, you're not. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
I'm literally
You do
gonna
that,
find my
I will
wife.
hunt you down and I will fucking handcuff you and fucking.
Why you handcuff me, you fucking weirdo?
No, see, you're just weird about thinking like that.
Yeah.
I would do that to make sure you're safe. Motherfucker.
Do you want galaxies? Hell yeah, I want galaxies. Hook me up, motherfucker.
Mhm.
No, I'll do something for a galaxy though.
Renegade.
I do the renegade for a galaxy.
Renegade. Nowhere from entry. Karachi. Calv, are you here?
Yeah, I'm fucking trying to get this bitch right now.
What?
Am I? No, this guy fucking emoted on me.
Yeah, you better not be fucked.
What?
So you're not better be talking to me all crazy.
What? You're fucking weirdo. You know what? I'm just gonna start cheating Fortnite. Fuck it.
Why not?
I'm gonna get
Buy a
another.
Zen.
I'm gonna get another PC, and then it's gonna put the hacks on that PC while I'm playing normal.
Bro, just buy a Zen. Why are you being
That's for
such a
console
toonanny?
players.
You can do it on controller. I mean on PC.
I don't think you can actually.
Yeah, yeah, you can.
Say that one more time, motherfucker.
That's what you sound like.
This is what you sound like.
This is what you sound like. I ain't drink this whole thing tonight.
This is what I sound like. This is what you sound like.
No, yeah, this is what you sound like.
No, this is what I sound like.
How do you sound?
No, this is what I sound like. I'm gonna stream for 12 hours. It's only 5 hours. Getting off.
Well, I've already streamed more hours than you.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have.
No, you haven't.
I've literally already streamed like way more hours than you.
You didn't even know when your follower hit.
Way more.
You didn't know when your follower hit today. You could have lost a viewer right there.
What do you mean, bro? What do you mean, sister? Do you believe that Daquan started the brother?
No, because he's a little bitch. He gave up on streaming.
That's what I say. What am I gonna say about it? Hoorah.
Dude, he was already fucking huge. Why would they stop?
Hoorah. You know what I
What happened to the Thume house?
You know what game I miss?
What game?
Halo. Like a good Halo.
Ninja's been playing Halo Reach, I guess. I've never played Halo Reach, I don't think. I honestly don't think I played Halo Reach, or maybe once or twice.
You're not a true Halo fan.
I am a Halo fan, but it's just got so damn boring.
Nah, you're not.
No, I played Halo whatever for like a month on mouse and keyboard, and I did not like it.
Wait. You didn't even give it a try, Calv.
Yeah, I did for a month.
Wait, do you have Halo?
Huh?
Do you have Halo Infinite?
Yeah, I played that on console. I played it for a month on mouse and keyboard on console. I don't have it now. I don't have it now.
Wait, you do have it?
No, I don't.
So let's play, buddy.
Isn't multiplayer free?
Aren't you there, little guy?
I'm not scared. It's just like it got boring as fuck. Dude, something about Fortnite builds just makes me like love it.
Love video games.
Yeah, like building in Fortnite is the craziest mechanic in video games history. I mean, there's probably some mechanics that are probably pretty crazy, like League of Legends and shit. I don't even know like how to play that shit. But there's
I've played League of Legends because I'm a smart motherfucker.
doesn't mean you're smart.
You have to.
Actually, yeah, you have to be pretty smart. I would say, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We lost.
Yo, yo, yo. I'm back.
Yo, diggy dog, diggy dog. Yippee yay, yippee yo. I'm with my boy Cal99, and here we
Hey.
go. Yippee yo, yippee yay. Little knock and calv. Might buy some yay.
I'm gonna knock you out like Poirier.
Got your mama on my wrist. Got your mama on my wrist. And she doing tricks.
What the hell?
Doing the hippity hop and the twist. Bend over and that shit smell crisp.
What the hell?
You like that one, Cal?
It's alright. Oh, so you took away the thing on the bottom, like where you used to say your SR?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you should have that on your screen still.
No, I was, but it's just kind of a pain in the ass, so I wasn't.
How come? Can't you find one that will do it?
Not that I know, brother.
Really? I got lucky that Fortnite just did it automatically.
Oh my, why would you hop up right behind me, bro? Come on. Oh. Well, this might be my last game in Diamond.
D-ranked?
Yeah, dude, I need to win. Oh.
Bush camp dad. I'm sick of this bush camp dad bullshit, bro.
Oh.
Did you D-rank?
This is probably my last game of Diamond, unless we win.
Oh shit. Bush camp dad. I'm sick of this bush camp dad bullshit, bro. Bush camp dad.
No way, bro. Bruh. Oh my gosh. Start crying, bro.
Don't cry.
Oh my. What the f- How? You still there, Calv?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm making a video.
Mm.
That bullshit.
How does that hit? Oops. How, bro? I don't understand.
I don't understand.
Oh my gosh, I just got shredded. Alright, I'm gonna get off, Calv.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fucking tired. Actually, I'm gonna look at these clips really quick.
Alright.
What are you doing?
I'm just looking at. I'm just making a clip real quick.
Oh. I'm fucking tired, bro. Oh.
Bush camp dad. I'm sick of this bush camp dad bullshit, bro.
Did you say something?
Oh no, I was
Oh,
playing
I
by.
think it was just from this clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to go. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed, Cal.
Alright, peace out, bro.
Peace out.
Later.
Oh, great. What?
Bush camp dad. Sick of this bush camp dad bullshit, bro.
Was camped at imposter.
Bush camp dad.
Was camped at imposter. Was camped at imposter.
Bush camp dad. Sick of this bush camp dad bullshit, bro.
Was camped at imposter. camped imposter. Was camped imposter.
Last season, I made FNCS Grand Finals for the first time ever, and because of that, I figured I should get back on my grind, bringing tutorials to you guys to help you improve as well. So in this video, I'm going to talk about how to go from an absolute beginner to a pro. No matter your skill level, I'm hoping that this video and my next one will help take you to the next level. The video coming out later this week is going to talk about things that separated me and Piggle as a duo. So to make sure you don't miss that, make sure you hit that sub button down below, and without further ado, let's hop into it. The truth of getting better in Fortnite is that it really comes down to 3 steps. First off is learning the basic mechanics of the game. Second is learning how to fight, and the third is upping your game sense. Timestamps are down below if you want to skip around. We're going to start out with how to improve your mechanics. If you're new to Fortnite and really can't build and edit at all, the main thing that you should be doing is spending your time in practice maps. Maps that have like piece control drills, free building drills, aim courses, stuff like that until you get comfortable with your keybinds, and learn how to do some of the most fundamental moves in the game. I know this isn't the most fun step to be stuck on, but as soon as you finish this step in the process, that's when you're going to start seeing fast improvement. I put down in the description my 3 practice maps that can help you improve mechanics. As soon as you can do these 3 maps with no problem, that's when you know you are by far set to go on to step number 2. The 3 maps down below are my Jiven practice map. This map has everything from aim drills, retake trainers, piece control drills, and it really has everything you need to improve. The second map, and I really recommend this one if you struggle with fighting in the game, is my how to piece control map. This map helps you get better at fighting because it literally teaches you all the different piece control scenarios you're going to run into in an actual game. And if you don't know what piece control is, it really just means how to use your builds wisely throughout a fight. So that map is going to take you from a beginner fighter to hopefully an intermediate level fighter. The third map is the how to build map, and this is just another place where you can learn some of the basic retakes in the game. That map also has voice tutorials to help you learn the drills. At this first step, where you're just trying to learn the fundamentals of the game, you can 100% go play the actual game. But think about it like this: if you don't know how to do basic retakes and basic piece control drills, it's like going into a chess game without knowing how to do an opening, or not knowing even how the pieces move. Or it's like going into a basketball game without even knowing how to dribble the ball with protection, with your arm out in front of you. That's why I really recommend spending most of your time learning these drills right as you're starting off. I also attached a few videos down below where I really break down these drills if you need extra assistance. But with that being said, let's hop into step number 2. This is the step where you need to start getting better at fighting. You now should have some pretty solid skills to apply to fights. It doesn't mean you're gonna go from step 1 to step 2 and just instantly win every fight. You need to gain fighting experience, confidence in fights. Your first week, maybe 2 weeks, even a month may be a hard time winning even the simplest of fights. But the more fights you take, the more those skills from step 1 are gonna transfer into your game. Those basic piece control drills, peak shots, all that stuff is going to slowly start slipping into your normal gameplay. While you're in this step 2 phase, I do recommend going into those practice maps at the start of the day. Spend 15 to 30 minutes in there at most. But spend all the rest of your day playing 1v1s, some of the forever maps down in the description, or even hopping into some ranked games. But once you have those basics down in the practice map, stop spending your entire day in there. Get into the action and really start trying to apply it. Like I said, it's not going to transfer over instantly. It's going to take a long time, but the more you practice fighting, the more it'll transfer over, and with time, you will become a good fighter. I personally think that you should spend a majority of your time at this stage in 1v1s. Practice fighting against players that are at your skill level or better. If you're fighting someone that you can beat 10 times out of 10, don't keep playing against that player. Get out of there, get yourself in a challenge. That's when you're going to see the most improvement. But make sure you're doing stuff that you actually enjoy. If you're playing this game and you're not enjoying it, you're doing it wrong. If you guys haven't seen, we've continued to expand our Forever brand to other maps. It started out with Forever Zone Wars, the map where you play Zone Wars, you infinitely respawn and you can drop nukes, but now we just expanded to box fights. All those codes are down below. I personally think they're some of the most fun places to practice. Now you might be wondering, when do you know you're done with step number 2? When should you stop focusing all your time on fighting practice and go on to step 3? I personally think you should always be getting some fighting practice even if you're in step 3, but you can start moving on to step 3 once you're able to 1. W key in ranked somewhat successfully, and 2. Win some fights in solo victory cups. If you're unable to win your mid-game fights in the solo victory cup opens, then you need to keep on working on your fighting. But if you're able to start dropping like 10 kill games in the start of a solo victory cup, you're at a good point. But like I said, you're never going to stop your fighting practice. Pros practice fighting at the start of every single day. So even as we go to step 3, keep on practicing that fighting at least for 30 minutes at the start of each session. Now moving on to step 3. At this point, you really shouldn't need to spend time in step 1 anymore. At this point, those maps you should be able to do in your sleep. You should warm up with some 1v1s, 2v2s, maybe some Forever Zone Wars, but at this step is where you should be stepping into the world of scrims. Every single night there's scrims in different discords, such as Vital Scrims, Manu's Open Scrims. There's a ton of scrim servers out there, just ask around, and if you're watching this video, drop some scrim servers that you use down in the comments. If you're in the NA server, Vital Scrims is some top tier practice, and Manu Scrims are a good starting place. They're definitely going to give you a challenge though. I'll give you guys some tips on what you should be focusing on in scrims, but first let me tell you what scrims are if you've never actually scrimmed before. Scrims are basically where every competitive player goes to practice for tourneys. There's usually some rules involved unless if they're throwing money into the tourneys, and those rules help to make the scrims feel like a real tournament. It helps it so that the Storm Surge becomes active and the end games are stacked, and just makes it feel more realistic all around. So the biggest thing you should be trying to take away from these scrims is how to loot off spawn efficiently, really get a drop spot down while you're in scrims. If you're ever uncontested, try to plan how you can loot the drop spot the fastest. But if you're contested, try to figure out where the alpha points are, where exactly you should be pulling out your glider to get the best drop. Off spawn is one of the biggest things to improve on in scrims. In fact, one of the most important things in tournaments, especially FNCS where the Storm Surge is a big problem, is getting out of your drop spot soon enough so that you can get Storm Surge tags early on. So focus on early game and scrims big time, even if it's just looting. And that leads into the second thing that you should be focusing on is how to get Storm Surge. If you're new to scrims, you're most likely going to be dying to Storm Surge a lot, or you're going to be forcing fights that you shouldn't be taking. So if you're struggling with Surge, watch back your games. Look at opportunities to sneak on opponents around you and get some sneak tags. Look in replay mode and try to see different places that you could have positioned on the map where a lot of people rotated past. Those are the type of positions that you could build a huge tower at to look for Storm Surge tags. And if you ever do fall below Surge, try to figure out what fight would have been actually good to take. There's a lot of times where I've fallen below Surge and I force a fight that was just not the right fight to take. Sometimes just being patient and healing off from the Storm Surge is the better bet. It's really situational, but that's the kind of stuff that you can learn in scrims. If you only play the tournaments, then you're only going to get that practice, but the people that play scrims are basically going to get double the tournament practice, because they're going to have the tournaments that they're learning from and the scrims they're learning from. Every day of the week, they're getting practice, versus if you're not scrimming, you're not going to be keeping up. The last thing to be learning from scrims is just team chemistry, how you can be rotating better in endgame, what refreshes to go to, and really get in rhythm with your duo. That's something that's slept on. Rhythm is everything. If you guys aren't on the same page for a split second in endgame, that can kill your game. So the more practice you can get with your duo, the better. But the funny thing is, last season, me and Pickle did not scrim a single time. And you might be thinking, okay, so doesn't that disprove everything you just said about scrims? Well, the answer is no. The reason we didn't scrim and still did well is because we both have a lot of scrim experience from the past. But there were a lot of things that attributed to me and Piggle making grands last season. First off, Piggle's just crazy at the game, so that definitely helped. But there was a lot of other stuff that went into it, and in my next video, I'm going to be breaking down what those differences were. So if you want to hear me talk about some of my thoughts on how we did well last season, make sure you tune into the next video. I hope this video helped you guys out, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. Every single solo victory cup, I W key my first lobby, fight everybody I see. And recently, I've been dropping some pretty high kill wins every single solo victory cup. In this video, I'm gonna break down all the fights in one of those W key games, and hopefully it'll help you guys get better at W keying too. It started out with me landing at Reckless Railways, and unfortunately this game, somebody killed the boss before I could even get there. But having
Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game? Oh. Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game? Oh. Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay?
What's up, Gipri?
Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game? Oh. Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game? Oh. Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game? Oh. Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game? Oh. Stuff Providence they do at halftime. Why do you got essay? What's on essay do? Mid game?
If you guys want to dominate all your fights in Fortnite and play like your favorite pros, I'm going to be teaching you how to properly fight in Fortnite. And trust me, you're going to need a lot more than just these flashy mechanics. So the first super important thing I want to talk about for fighting is peeks and how to actually practice them effectively. Most players when they're fighting only know how to really use like 2 peeks, and it makes it super easy to predict what they're going to do when you're fighting. If everyone's doing the exact same peeks, it's just going to feel like you're fighting the same person over and over again, and that's why it's super important to build your own unique playstyle. The first map that's super good for working on peeking is this one right here. This place right here is the best for learning how to peek properly because you can change the size of the target and how fast that reacts. Every time you make a bad peek where you're not behind cover, the bot will deal damage to you. It's also really good to get practice on a real moving target and then learning how to reset the build when you're done. I also recommend that you guys start working on different peeks and not just the top right hand corner peek. Now, if you guys remember, in the last video, we talked about diagonal box fighting, and basically it's just setting yourself up in this position right here where your opponent cannot see you at all. This is one of the peeks I highly recommend you guys start trying to use in your fights. Another good peek to start working on is this Martaz peek right here, where you place the ramp, floor, and then ramp, and then you can jump up and shoot your opponent just like that. Another one that a lot of people don't use enough is this ramp one right here. Say if you're in a box with someone and you edit it like this and you jump up and shoot them, they cannot see you at all, so it's a very good peek. Now later in the video, I'm going to be showing you guys the rules with your pickaxe and shotgun to win this fight every single time. But first, I'm quickly going to talk about phasing and pre-firing. These are the 2 mechanics that allow pros to drop these 30 bombs in Cash Cup finals. Here's the map that you guys can start playing every day to work on these things. Now when you get into the map, this is where you can infinitely work on phasing in without the ramp above you. This right here is the key to ending fights fast, and if you can't do it, then you're gonna have a lot of trouble playing super aggressive. If you don't know how to do it, it's all about the timing, so you have to make sure that your pickaxe is touching the wall as soon as your body hits it. You can also do it with weapons, which is super useful if you time it right. There's also a box in this map if you want to learn how to phase in from different angles. This map also does have a pre-fire section, which is really good to work on. I do talk about pre-firing in my last video if you guys do want to go check it out. And before we hop into the next part of the video, it does help me out a lot if you guys could leave a like, comment, or subscribe. So the next thing that I want to talk about is the rules for pickaxe swinging. By understanding how these rules work, you'll be able to avoid getting pumped or pre-fired. The first rule is to never ever double swing your pickaxe. Let's say that this right here is an enemy. If I double swing my pickaxe, it's most likely that this enemy is just going to edit on me and shoot me because he knows that I'm stuck in the animation of swinging. This is something that happens all the time and can easily be avoided just by following this rule. Another thing that he can do if he knows that the wall is going to break, he's just going to pre-fire me and then I'm going to lose a ton of health. Every time that you smack on someone's wall, it's crucial to pull out your shotgun to make sure that you're ready to shoot and then reset if you need. Some players will even edit on you as soon as you drop down on their wall, so it's really important to make sure that you have your shotgun out ready to shoot at all times. Some players will be able to read as soon as you pull out your pickaxe to go swing again too, so sometimes if you just pull out your pickaxe and pull back out your shotgun right away, you'll bait them into an edit where you can easily shoot them. Using your AR is something that's really helpful because then you're not all the way on their wall where you can easily get pieced up. It's also very important to be looking at your opponent through the wall no matter what you're doing. This will allow you to easily line up a headshot without having to flick when they make an edit on you. These rules may seem very complicated, but to break it down, as soon as I go to push someone, I pull up my pickaxe to bait them to edit, and then I pull up my shotgun right away. Now, if I notice that the player is not budging and they're just going to keep holding the wall, then I'll try and smack on the wall a few times. But a lot of the times, the players will just make a wide open edit as soon as I pull out my pickaxe, leaving me with a free kill almost every time. Now, whenever someone's on your wall and you own the wall and you're holding it, it's super important to actually be able to read what your opponent's doing and not just do the exact same thing every single time. If I see that my opponent's just SMGing me, then I'm gonna go for a pre-fire and try and shoot him. If I notice that the player's trying to get away, then I'll open up and try and get piece control on him. And if I notice that the player's just sitting there with their shotgun out or trying to bait me with their pickaxe, then I'll edit the wall and then reset it so that when they shoot, it'll break this wall right here, leaving me with the free shot on them. Here's what that looks like at full speed. The next thing that's super important for becoming a better fighter in Fortnite is aim training. Not every player takes the time to aim train, so if you do this, you'll get a step ahead, which gives you a big advantage. Aim training will help you both improve your crosshair placement for editing, building, and aiming. In this Mechanics v4 map, there's a great aim section, but you can practice all kinds of different scenarios. Now, the last and final thing that almost every pro does in Fortnite to warm up is play these realistics. Realistics are great for learning how to make smart peeks and implementing the phasing and pickaxe rules that I taught you guys earlier in the video. Even if you just play these for like 10 minutes every time you hop on the game, it can drastically improve your skill levels. This 200 pump map right here is also very good for working on your aim and crosshair placement. Not a lot of players like to take advantage of this, so if you do this, it can separate yourself from most players. So that's it for the video, guys. If you enjoyed, please don't forget to leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
So you want to go pro in Fortnite? Well, this is the video for you. I'm going to be taking you through all the different steps which you guys need to be implementing into your gameplay in order to improve and hopefully one day go pro. This ranges from warm-up routines to what you should be doing in ranked and tournaments, and also how you can get your first earnings this week in Fortnite. I hope this video will help you out. Thank you guys for 10,000 subscribers. If it does, please make sure to drop a like and subscribe. Without further ado, let's get straight on into the video. Now, firstly, I want to do a quick plug about how you guys can make your first earnings this week. As a result of me hitting 10,000 subscribers, I'm hosting a custom $120 tourney over on my Twitch channel. Now, to play in this, you must be subbed to my YouTube channel and following me over on Twitch. We are running 6 games, 3 on Europe servers, 3 on NA Central, and the winner of each game will be getting $20 US. If you're a good player and fancy your chances at making your first earnings, this is definitely a good opportunity, and if you do want to get involved, please check the pinned comment in the description for a Discord link. Once you join that Discord server, simply react to the message or let me know that you want to play in the tournament and we will be able to get you in. This tournament is being hosted this Friday on the 5th of April, and I hope to see as many of you as possible so we can make it entertaining and get some good content out of it. Definitely a good opportunity for lots of you guys to make your first earnings. Okay, so now a crucial thing that needs to be talked about is your guys' warm-up routine. Now, the reason for this is because many people hop straight online and end up going straight into ranked, but they're actually costing themselves their own progress. What I recommend doing is designating around 30 minutes each day, so not much time, which focuses on the 2 main important aspects of your Fortnite game. This is obviously your mechanics and your aim. Under the bracket of mechanics, you obviously have your piece control and other sort of mechanical plays, and under your aim, you obviously have your shotgun aim, your AR tracking, everything like that. Also, when you guys are training your mechanics and doing your warm-up routine, I want you guys to try and learn one new mechanic every single week. For me, this might be the momentum phasing mechanic, which I've been trying to learn this week. But how do I recommend that you guys train your mechanics in aim? Well, we always have the Raiders V4 practice match, which is very, very OP, but I find that it's most important for you guys to train and work out which one works best for you. So it might be a particularly different aim training map, or you might notice that your shotgun aim might not be as great compared to your AR tracking, so you want to work on your shotgun aim for that week. But designate at least 10 minutes each day to at least each one of these factors. So start off with 10 minutes of mechanics, 10 minutes of aim training, and then 10 minutes of trying to learn a new mechanic each week. By the end of doing this regularly on week-to-week basis, you guys will see the improvement. Next up, I want to talk about mindset, as this is crucial when improving in anything in life as well as obviously on your Fortnite journey. Now, the reason why is because you're not going to become a pro overnight. It's going to take time, dedication, and effort. Think of all your favourite pros. If you're on EU, it might be Vino, Tayson. If you're on NA, it could be Acorn, Cold, Peterbot, Poyo. All of these different players at one point were pretty much unknown in their careers. At one point, they didn't have any earnings. So what separates now them from us? The fact that they sat down, they grinded, and they continued to practice day on day until they got themselves to the top, which is where they are today. If you are aspiring to be like one of them pros and want to be like them one day, this is what you guys have to do. You have to understand that it's not going to happen instantly. Next week, you're not going to suddenly become a pro. It just isn't possible. It's going to take months, even seasons of full dedication to even have a chance at your first earnings. But with the dedication, and if you guys are serious about wanting to go pro, if you put in that time and really focus on it, I really truly believe that you guys can, and the results will show. So now I want to talk about ranked and tourneys and what you should be doing in both to help improve and move on your journey towards becoming a pro. First of all, ranked, you're better off to play aggressive in ranked and W key. Now, the reason for this is because take 2 people for example. One person plays ranked for an hour and a half and the other person plays ranked for an hour and a half. But player 1 decides to W key rank and they get in 50 fights. Whereas player 2 decides to play much more defensive and they only get in 10 fights. Player 1 has 5 times the amount of fights and therefore 5 times the amount of practice in fighting situations compared to player 2. Therefore meaning they're going to improve at a 5 times quicker rate. I hope that makes sense to you guys. So effectively, you might not be the best player in the lobby. You might die to other people when keying them. But effectively, what you're going to be doing is practicing each time, practicing your mechanics, practicing your fighting, and that's going to help you improve in the long run. Now, I want to also talk about tourneys and why, if you're not placing at the moment, you're not magically going to start qualifying to Duo Cash Cup finals, qualifying to FNCS. It's not magically going to start happening. You have to put in the time, you have to put in the dedication in order to be more successful. That is just the way it is. Right now, if you're not skilled enough, and you'll know this if you're not placing high enough, what you have to do is you have to take time away and you have to focus on what you need to improve, whether this could be, again, mechanics, aim, stuff like that. You have to be more aggressive, not only in ranked, but also in tournaments as well. Again, getting in more fights allows you to get more comfortable with that situation and overall get more practice in. Allowing to W key someone is the most literal, the most way you can improve at the fastest rate, whether it be ranked or tournament. So W keying is effectively good if you want to improve your fighting, and we know fighting is the most important aspect when it comes to becoming a pro in Fortnite. Now, up until this point in the video, I've really focused on mechanics and aim being the most crucial thing in terms of you guys improving on your journey to becoming a pro. However, something that always needs to be considered is game sense. Now, how do you actually go about improving your game sense? Well, one, you can play tournaments, which obviously helps, but there aren't tournaments on 24/7. So what you can play is scrims. Now, scrims, if you're new to Fortnite or if you've just never heard of scrims before, are basically structured games. They're custom games where you enter a custom key to get into the game, where basically there's certain rules, meaning that people don't fight, meaning the games are more stacked to replicate tournament environments. Now, there is different servers for each region. Now, I know that on EU there is the Noble scrims. I'm not too sure about NA. I think you have Vital and Manu scrims on NA, but on EU we have the Noble scrims. Now, simply go onto Google and type up, and you guys will be able to join the Discord, and once you verify yourself, you're able to play in these scrims against players who are similar skill level. These go on pretty much all day, every single day, and it helps you guys improve your game sense and rotations. Now, how exactly does it help you guys? Because when you die, you're going to watch back the replay of how you died, and you're going to analyze where you went wrong or what you did wrong to then not do it next time. This is effectively VOD reviewing, but blinded in with practicing in scrims, as this is the best way for improvement when there is no tournaments on. So finally, the last thing I want to talk about is making sure that you guys are picking the right teammate and surrounding yourself with the right people that also want to grind to get better. Now, when I talk about finding a good teammate, this isn't just a teammate that might be your friend in real life. This is somebody who's serious about wanting to improve and trying to go pro. Now, again, I do have my Discord with a looking to team section to help you guys find people if you do need that. Again, the links are down in the description down below. But you want to find someone who is like-minded, that takes the time in their day to improve and obviously want to improve. Now, this might take multiple tries, and again, you might have to try out a bunch of different people. But once you find someone that you really gel with and also wants to grind and improve, you guys can help each other improve at a faster rate. And that's why it's just very important to make sure that you have people around you that also have the same sort of mindset, so you can really level up your game. Thank you very much for watching. I really hope this has helped you out, and I will see you guys very soon. Make sure you've dropped a like and subscribed to see you all in the 10K tourney. Good luck!
This is the best routine to go pro in Fortnite, and if you stay consistent with this routine every single day, you will eventually go pro. The best routine consists of 4 crucial elements, and I'll cover all of them in this video. On top of this, I'll give you a formula that you can use to calculate your specific time on what you need to spend on each element, depending on how much time you have to spend on Fortnite each day. There's also timestamps in the description. Let's start with ranked, and I'm going to keep this video as simple as possible, so if you want to go pro, you need to get out of the mindset that ranked matters, because your rank means absolutely nothing. No actual good player cares about what rank you are or what rank they are. What every single pro understands is that if you want to improve at the fastest rate possible, repetitions is more important than ranked. Let me give you an example. A player called NonBroski plays ranked for 3 hours, wins 4 games and gets into 30 fights, and he goes from diamond to elite. Another player called A Real Broski plays 3 hours, wins 0 games, starts in diamond and ends in diamond, but the difference is he gets into 150 fights. This player, A Real Broski, is going to improve 5 times as fast and improve a lot more. So stop caring about ranked percentage and start W keying everyone. When it comes to ranked, your goal is just to fight, 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 and I don't know if you heard, but just fight. So land at a contested POI every game with at least 1 to 2 other people and W key throughout the whole game. It's impossible for you to not see improvement if you start focusing on ranked fighting repetitions rather than ranked percentage. Now, in terms of how much ranked you should be playing, I would recommend playing it for 25% of the total time you have to play in a game. So let's say you have 4 hours every day to play Fortnite. You should spend 1 hour of that in ranked, but make sure you only W key like I just said. Also, I'll tell you how to figure out your specific time based on how much you can play in just a minute. But first, let's talk about mechanics. A huge mechanics misconception is that flashy mechanics is good. This is simply not true. Having good mechanics is being able to consistently make any edit in every single angle at a relatively fast rate. With this in mind, let's cover the best mechanics training routine. So real quick, you want to spend 12.5% of your total time on the game doing mechanics training, and mechanics training includes 1v1s and solely mechanics training practices like free building and Raiders mechanics map. I'll cover how to calculate your specific time at the end of this video, and I'll give you a free document with a routine for every single possible time you could play, from 1 hour all the way up to 8 hours per day. But for this example, let's say you have 4 hours to play. With this in mind, first I want to cover the routine for people who struggle with piece control. So if you struggle with piece control, then do 15 minutes of Raider 464's mechanics training map. You want to spend your time doing piece control tunnels and piece control tunnels with targets. For each of the tunnels, your aim is to build in every single section, and for the piece control with targets one, you need to take smart right hand peeks and reset the wall as soon as you shoot the bot. This is great practice to help build muscle memory for real games. Then for the last half of your time, so another 15 minutes, you want to do 1v1 speed realistics. But let's say you can piece control pretty good. If this is the case, then spend 10 minutes free building and 20 minutes doing speed realistics or 1v1 build fights. Something extremely important is that you need to be 1v1ing better players. Just go to a scrim server and ask people there to 1v1. Also, when you're doing 1v1s, make sure you're making smart peeks and always looking for ways to piece control your opponent and take advantage of any mistakes they make. And when free building, there is this one specific method that all the best mechanical pros use. This is the speed training method. I've talked about this lots of times on previous videos, but I'll just give you a super quick overview. So to start off, you want to head over to a free build map and select 0.8 times speed. Then free build on this speed and focus on consistency. Then go to 1.4 times speed and build and edit as much as possible whilst trying not to mess up. Then go to normal speed and free build normally. And make sure when you're free building, you're practicing things that you struggle with. And by doing this speed training method, you'll be much faster, and this is genuinely the best way to get faster mechanics. So now you've practiced your building and editing mechanics as well as fighting, you need to practice your aim, because the reality is that not a lot of people practice their aim. So by you practicing your aim, you'll already be doing more and practicing more than most players, which means you'll be getting the advantage and improving a lot faster. And aim is the most important practice, so it's important you practice your aim properly. You want to spend another 12.5% of your total time on the game doing aim training. So if you spend 4 hours on Fortnite, spend 30 minutes practicing your aim. The best way to practice your aim is by doing aim duels, and the best aim duels map is Raider 464's aim duels. Now if you're on keyboard and mouse on PC, then Kovacs and Aim Labs is also an option. I think in-game aim duels is a little bit better because it has the exact mechanics as Fortnite, because it is Fortnite, but they'll both help you, so play whichever one helps you more. Because with some people, playing Kovacs works a lot better than playing aim duels, and for others it's the complete opposite. Now I think it's time to talk about the most important but also the most underlooked element of Fortnite that you need to be practicing if you want to go pro. This is scrims. If you don't know how to play scrims, you just join a scrim Discord server, and once you've joined, you want to read the rules, and there will be a channel with a message you have to react to in order to get access to the Discord server. Then just react to the message, link your Epic account, and you'll be able to have access to some of the best practice in the entire world. The best servers are Manu Scrims for NA and Noble Customs for EU. But once you've joined, something very important to know is that you want to be making it to the end game every match so you can get the most amount of end game practice as possible. But you also want to be active in the early game and mid game so you make the whole match effective practice rather than just the last 10 minutes. So in the mid game, make sure you're actively looking for opportunities to get refreshes instead of just sitting in a conal game. Just make sure you read the rules of the scrim servers, because some servers have rules where you can't fight at certain points during the game. In terms of how long you should play scrims, you should play for 37.5% of your total time on the game. So if you play for 4 hours in total, then play 1.5 hours of scrims. Another quick thing to note is that if you're playing FNCS and duo tournaments, finding a duo partner with a similar mindset and work ethic is essential for success. Now let's talk about what separates good players from pro players. But first, I just wanted to let you know that I have a Discord server where I'll be posting exclusive videos, hosting tournaments, doing giveaways, inviting you to be in videos, doing coaching sessions, and much more. All of this is completely free, and I'm also giving the first 15 people that react to the message in the announcements tab a VIP role where you will get loads of benefits. So if you want to join the best Discord server, the Broski's Discord server, then the link is in the description. Okay, back to one of the most important elements of Fortnite if you want to go pro, and this is VOD reviewing. VOD reviewing is essentially where you look back at your own gameplay to identify mistakes, or you look back at pros gameplay to see the updated strats that they use when they play and how they play out end games and stuff like that. Identifying and fixing mistakes in gameplay is key to improving and achieving better results, and learning the best up-to-date ways that pros play is also crucial. So look back at your games to look at your mistakes, take note of them and work on them in creative and ranked. And if you have spare time away from Fortnite, you can watch top pros play and actively look at the decisions they make and try to implement what they're doing into your games. Do VOD reviews of your own gameplay for 12.5% of your total time on the game. Let me tell you how to quickly calculate the specific times you should be playing each practice method for based on your total time on the game. So for whatever percentage I said, just go to Google and type what is X percentage of your total time on the game. By X percentage, I mean whatever number of percentage I told you to spend on that thing. So for VOD reviews, I said 12.5%. So let's say you have 4 hours to play Fortnite and you want to figure out how long you should do VOD reviews for. Go to Google and type what is 12.5% of 4 hours. Whatever it says will be how long you should play. In this case, it's 30 minutes. I've already done this for you though, because I've laid out the full routine in this video that covers all the amount of hours you could play Fortnite for. It has routines for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, and it has options for every single hour. The downloadable document is in my Discord server. It's completely free in the exclusive documents channel. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, consider liking and subscribing, and if you want to support me further, you can use code BLEXITY in the item shop. I also just picked out this video for you to watch because I genuinely think it will really help, so I recommend watching this video. I hope you enjoyed this video though, and I'll see you soon.
Being a good fighter can be boiled down to 7 subcategories. If you understand and master all 7, you'll be unstoppable in fights. The problem a lot of players face is that they master 3 or 4 fighting subcategories, but not all 7. So today I'll give you a fully structured video on all 7 aspects, so you can practice upon the correct fundamentals. Practicing without the right fundamentals will cause you to quickly hit a skill cap, and this is what happens to a lot of players. Videos like these take an unhealthy amount of time to produce, so if you enjoy them, consider using code MARINTM in the Fortnite item shop, as well as dropping a like. Once we hit 1,000 users, I'll post daily for 7 days straight, and if we somehow manage to get 2,000 users, I'll do a full month of daily uploads just like this one. We're currently sitting at 440 users, which is seriously incredible. Such a small thing as putting in the code really goes a massive way for me. So thank you to everyone who has put in the code. Fighting fundamental number 1 is aggression. When you're the player applying pressure and the opponent is the one playing defensively. Now the reason we need to start with this fundamental is because mastering it allows us not only to more easily execute fights, but it also drastically lowers the time you are fighting if you play aggressively at a high level. Starting a fight off, you always want to try and get as hard entry tags as possible. Already here, a lot of people make a few major mistakes. They do a bad peek to go for AR tags, they use their shotgun when they should use their AR, or they simply miss out on opportunities for entry tags because their awareness is on their builds and edits and not the opponent they're about to fight. The biggest mistake when it comes to entry tags, however, is using the wrong gun to get the first tags in a fight. You see, the vast majority of players react to getting hit, whether that be getting hit for 7 damage with a shotgun or 90 damage with an AR. So even if your shotgun is in your hand and you can get an okay shotgun shot off starting a fight, it's often better to swap to your AR and then shoot. Wasting a shotgun shot for like 20 damage is a massive red flag when it comes to fighting. Some good players, however, do react to you going for opening tags just by looking at you. They understand instantly whether the starting trade is worth it or not, but this is very rarely. Most opponents you'll meet in a cash cup will attempt to trade with you for some entry tags. How you respond to the damage you do is also incredibly important when it comes to mastering aggression. A lot of lower tier players play the exact same way whether they tag someone for 30, 70 or 150 damage. But this can cause you to get sent back to the lobby, as the players you're facing will respond to your aggression extremely differently depending on their health. A rule of thumb is to play slowly and reactively if you're not able to crack your opponent when going for entry tags. The less you tag your opponent, the slower you should play, because chances are very high that he will make a counterplay to your aggression. If you crack someone with getting the initial tags, getting right in the box if possible is more often than not the best play you can go for, especially considering even a green pump does over 100 damage to the body and you'll be able to eliminate the opposition easy as that. However, being aware and seeing how your opponent is reacting will always be your best security to succeeding aggressively. Occasionally, you have to play from safe peaks when fighting aggressively. This is especially typical in duo tournaments when you are in higher elo lobbies, fighting for something like a cache or island. The two best aggressive setups you can make to safely pressure your opponents are the two I'm about to show in the background footage. The first one is diagonal pressuring. It's really good if you know your teammate is on the other side of the boxes your opponents have made and applying pressure. It makes your enemies stress and often forces a mistake you can capitalize off and get an elim. The second is playing from above. Playing from above is very good, not only because you have high ground, but also because you get the most awareness possible from this position. Meaning, if your opponents try to make space, which they very often do, you can piece control their exits in advance and get an easy elim. Another massive flaw a lot of players make is reloading when they have a lot of bullets left. When you're playing aggressively and have the health advantage, you need to try to stop your opponent from healing. A major mistake people make is reloading their SMG or AR when they have like 10 or 15 bullets remaining. Naturally, there are times where you have time to reload your gun, but reloading at the wrong time can very often cause the fight you're in to become much more difficult. Using a few bullets to apply pressure to your opponent's wall, then pickaxing, then using a few more bullets is a very effective way to apply constant pressure. Using all your bullets instantly or reloading on 10 or 15 bullets after you've tagged someone hard is a big no-no, as you're giving them a free pass to get some minis off or even a slurp. Being good at facing builds is another highly effective skill to force out mistakes in your opponents when playing aggressively. If you pickaxe a wall, break it, and get a stair or cone in the box, your opponent will most likely make a move, make more space, or simply drop down. If you're able to have high tier awareness to the point where you can capitalize off his reaction to you facing builds, you'll be a successful fighter. This tip is especially important for my high ping viewers, as taking walls is nearly impossible for players on high ping. But facing builds works even on 150 ms. Piece control and facing builds go hand in hand when it comes to playing aggressively, but more on that later. Moving on, we need to talk about playing defensively. Now, a lot of you guys watching are probably already pretty good at being defensive, because a lot of players seem to be. But in order for us to improve and master the fundamental, we need to ask the question, what exactly is it that makes a good defensive fighter? The answer is quite simple: being able to take the opportunities you're given. Not taking the chances when they're given to you is something I see in a lot of players who aren't at a particularly high level. Naturally, it can be very difficult to know what is a good, bad, and a great opportunity. So I'll try my best to explain how to notice good opportunities when fighting defensively. What good opportunities are also heavily depends on factors like your current strengths and weaknesses, how much HP you're on, and what kind of materials and weapons you have. So keep that in mind when playing. A lot of taking good opportunities comes from your building setup when playing defensively. A lot of lower tier players don't even have a cone in their box. And let me tell you, this is a problem when you start getting into higher ranks in ranked, or even worse, high elo lobbies in tournaments. Because I'll assure you that good players will punish you by placing a cone or a stair in your box if you haven't pre-placed one of the two. The first good way to spot a good defensive opportunity is if you can do a solid peek against your opponent. This is very typical when you fight someone and they stand on a stair or a cone directly on your wall. Trusting your peeks comes from knowing how to actually peek. I'll talk in depth later on how to perform perfect peeks every time. And if you're curious right now and wonder how to successfully peek, feel free to use the video chapters and skip to the peeking part of this episode. Doing peeks on your opponents when they're playing aggressively heavily depends on executing the peek at the right time. Or in other words, getting the timing right. In defensive fights, sometimes the opportunity just isn't there to perform a peek and do some damage. This can often be because your opponent has good movement and understanding of how you are playing. If you see that your opponent can read your moves, then doing peeks isn't the right play. You'll easily be able to understand whether your opponent can read you based off his movement when he's playing aggressively. Pre-fires are also a phenomenal way to punish aggression from opponents no matter how they apply pressure. Pre-fires, just like peeks, comes down to understanding timing and having a good setup. If you want to succeed at a high level in fights, pre-fires are a must to understand. Pre-fires when playing defensively is infinitely easier than pre-fires when playing aggressively. The easiest pre-fire is when your opponent is pickaxing your wall. When your opponent is using their gun, doing pre-fires is a lot harder. But with practice, you'll also be able to succeed when they're doing this method. The one super negative thing about pre-fires is that if you are someone who is on the higher side when it comes to ping, you will sometimes take a lot more damage than someone who has a lower ping than you. Not to say that it isn't possible to pre-fire in high ping, but if you're getting pressured with something like a SMG, then pre-firing on high ping is a bad idea, because so many bullets will bleed through your builds. Build edits and resets are also heavily viable. Doing a wide edit, then reset just for your opponent to shoot the wall so you can get a free shot off is one of the most effective ways to deal damage defensively without taking any back. Naturally, these three ways of playing defensively are theoretically some super solid ways to deal damage back, but sometimes just wide editing when someone is pressuring you is the best thing you can do. You see this all the time from pro players. Being able to do this skill at a high level requires a good game sense that can be developed from grinding things like Zone Wars, Realistics, and Ranked. Because I'm sure you've all had the feeling that right now I could just wide edit on this guy that I'm fighting. And when you get that feeling, you just know he isn't gonna be able to hit you back. That's your game sense talking. And the more you play, the more you should trust that. I think the most important part of developing good defensive fighting abilities is always being ultra calm even when you're low on HP. One big reason behind why a lot of people improve quite slowly is because when they get tagged really low, they start building castles and spinning around like fidget spinners, placing builds everywhere, instead of just slowing down, looking the opponent in the eye, and thinking, how can I deal damage back? It's also important for me to emphasize that your first priority when playing defensively is making sure all your bullets in your weapons are reloaded, not healing. I see this time and time again. Players not reloading, but going instantly to a mini. Then they get pressured, but just to get the mini off. Congratulations, Jimmy. You just went from 50 HP to 75 HP. That doesn't make a difference. What makes the difference is you being ready to shoot your gun and do counter damage, so your opponent will slow down, so much so that you can fully heal. Additionally, when you pop minis, bigs, or whatever to the point where you get it off on the second someone is taking your wall, you put yourself in a much worse position compared to if you just play slow and play for counter damage. Because it is so much easier to pressure someone who's popping minis or bigs compared to someone standing in their box confidently reloading. Now, you could make the argument that popping a slurp is worth it, and most of the time, slurps are indeed worth it. But everything else, like minis, bigs, and med mists, should come after reloading on your prioritization list. Just because if you're fighting someone good, it won't allow you to heal any of these items unless you deal damage back. When you've been successful in dealing damage back playing defensively, you want to try to wrap up the fight. And if you use the tricks we talked about earlier when talking about playing aggressively, you'll be able to send any player back to the lobby. But remember, if you're gonna go for it, don't hesitate. Flip that switch from defensively to aggressively instantly if you do feel as though it is the right play to do. Now, sometimes it might not be the right play to do. Sometimes you might want to take your time, fully heal up and play it slow. But What you choose to do, of course, depends on the situation. There are many factors that go into what you should do, like is there any third parties, how much counter damage did you do, how's your opponent playing, and so forth. At the end of the day though, it's important to understand that it's 100 times better to die going for something you think is a good opportunity compared to just getting bullied by the opponent later on in the game. Being good at defensive and aggressive fighting as two individual skills is very common, but being able to combine the two at a high level is fighting fundamental number 3. Tempo switching, the skill of knowing when to play fast and when to play slow. Now, there's no hard rules in terms of when you should play aggressively and when you should play defensively in a fight. The main issue is that a lot of people fail to take opportunities when they're given to them simply because they hesitate for too long to switch the tempo in a fight. And this very often occurs when you need to go from defensive to aggressive fighting. Being able to recognize when your opponent is at a weak point in a fight and acting upon that spotted weakness is crucial if you ever want to become successful at a high level in competitive Fortnite. Most great players are able to make good decisions in a split second. Getting this ability and understanding often comes from 3 things. The first being hours upon hours of playing things like creative 1v1s, 2v2s, or 3v3s against good players. The second being grinding ranked, and the third one being scrims. The reason I emphasize playing against good players in creative is because if you only play against players who are at a pretty low level, you'll get away with making a lot of mistakes, simply because they're not good enough to punish you for the mistakes other players at a higher level easily would have. Sure, playing against sweaty players might not be as fun as playing against your IRL friends who you can beat quite easily, but if becoming the best player you can possibly be is on your to-do list, then you need to try and find good players to grind with. And I'm not saying you need to get in a friend group with tier 1 or tier 2 pros, but find someone else who is passionate about improving and grind and learn together with them. This way you'll become infinitely better than if you just grind on your own, or play with someone who doesn't take the game seriously at all. Next up, we have fighting fundamental number 4, and that is of course mechanics. With mechanics, I mean building, editing, and movement. I know a lot of you guys watching already more or less have the needed fundamentals in terms of mechanics. 90% of you guys sitting at home watching this video have good enough building and editing speed to succeed at a high level in tournaments. But sadly, good mechanics isn't the speed of your builds and edits. Thinking that good mechanics are fast builds and edits is the biggest misconception in the Fortnite community. Great mechanics is being able to build and edit at a very consistent rate whilst continuously having awareness over your opponent, ready to punish any mistake he makes. That is good mechanics. Sadly, most Fortnite talents don't understand this simple fact. And whenever I watch mechanically gifted masterminds play that honestly should succeed, the common reason behind why they don't is because they miss out on so many opportunities in fights and endgames because they're more focused on their builds and edits rather than the opponents they're actually fighting. A simple rule of thumb is if you can't have full awareness in a fight with your current mechanics, you're probably doing too much in terms of building and editing. If you want to become a good fighter, you need the right fundamentals to practice upon, and playing slowly and having awareness is a much better way to go about it compared to playing fast and having very limited awareness. And on the topic of building upon the right fundamentals, you need to learn the basics behind peaking in Fortnite. Now, for some reason, there are basically no easily understandable videos on this topic on YouTube. I think it's because most players, and YouTubers especially, honestly just don't know how to perform perfect peaks. So let me be the one to make this crystal clear. The most popular peak in Fortnite, and also one of the best, is the peanut butter edit. And in order to perform it perfectly, the first thing we need to do is to look at these gray transparent lines. These lines are an indicator of where we can position ourselves to not get hit. A lot of people use the blue edit menu as an indicator of where to stand when performing a peak. But if you do this and you come up against someone with experience, you will 100% of the time take damage. The timing of which you confirm your edit to make the peanut butter edit is obviously also very important. You need to confirm your edit when you can't move any closer to the wall. If you confirm it just 1 millisecond too early, you can get hit. When you're all the way into the wall, you see that your head is just under the gray transparent line of the edit you're about to make, and you're continuously holding your W key or joystick forward into the wall. You can confirm the edit and perform a sideways jump to the left to perform a near perfect peak. A mistake nearly everyone makes is pressing S on their keyboard when jumping to the left and going for a peak shot. If you want to perform the perfect peak, W and A, or joystick forward and slightly to the left, is the way you need to go about it. Going backwards when performing a peak will naturally make you a way easier target to hit. Another thing you must keep in mind is the setup of the box you're performing the peak from. A peanut butter peak is not perfect unless you have a cone in your box and a flat above your head. The cone will elevate you slightly up so that when you jump and perform the peak, your head will hit the flat above you pushing you down quickly, making you a very hard target to hit. Don't get me wrong, you'll still be hard to hit even without the flat above you. However, if you come up against someone really good, chances are relatively high that you will get punished for not having the flat above. All the same fundamentals can be used for window peaks. Window peaks are some of the most underrated peaks in the game if done correctly. Let me walk you through a perfect window peak. You begin by having a box with a cone in it. Then, before you edit your wall, you look at the gray transparent lines of the window you're about to edit, whether that be the left, middle, or right window. When you see that your character is fully protected behind the peak, you confirm the edit. The movement showcased in slow motion in the background footage is called sidestepping. It's a rightwards movement cancelled by a crouch and a leftwards sidestep to get behind cover yet again. Getting a shot after doing this movement will, for most of you, be very difficult in the start. But if you can slowly but surely practice this edit and movement in creative, trust me, your fighting long term will become so much more consistent. Performing the peanut butter peak or window peak is of course also doable when you're further behind in a box. When you're further behind in a box, you need to be comfortable holding your A button or your joystick all the way to the left so that you're hugging the wall. I see a lot of players doing peaks where they stand just barely to the left of the middle of the cone in their box and doing a peanut butter and get traded for 100 plus damage because of their terrible movement and positioning before performing the peak. Now, don't get me wrong, whether you get traded or not naturally depends on your opponent's position on your wall. But regardless, you should practice upon the right fundamentals and start learning to hug the left wall. In the start, it's going to feel unnatural and difficult, but start slowly in creative doing the showcased movement and peaks and start building that flawless muscle memory one day at a time. I also need to note that peaks when you're hugging the wall with your W button are better than peaks from far behind in your box. Not only are you harder to hit, but you'll also be able to deal way more damage when you're holding W and performing a right hand peak. If you understand the mechanics behind perfect peaks, becoming a top tier piece control player can very easily be done. Now, the type of piece control I'm going to focus on is protected piece control, where there's a 0% chance of you getting hit. Or, in other words, fundamental number 6. Piecing up opponents can of course also be done with wide edits, and that's a very good way to piece someone if they're not aware. There's no point in setting up a perfect peak and piece controlling from behind it if your opponent isn't even looking at you. But that kind of piece control is the kind that absolutely everyone knows, whereas perfect piece is not. The principles of perfect piece control are very much the same as perfect peaks. Before doing an edit, you look at the gray transparent lines. Make sure you're protected behind your edit and you start piece controlling. These mechanics are very much unvisited in the Fortnite community. Nearly nobody thinks about this when practicing creative or ranked, and the mechanics of full piecing someone from behind a fully protected peanut butter edit is very different from full piecing someone from a wide edit. The mouse movement is 100% different, and learning the muscle memory of fully protected piece is a journey that's gonna take a long time, but it's gonna be worth it, because it's such a unique skill that nearly nobody yet has mastered. Protected window piece is probably the most overpowered way to easily deal a chunky amount of damage or eliminate opponents. Being able to practice these perfect peaks and then piecing from behind them will actually elevate your game so incredibly much. If there's one thing I need you all to take away from this video, it is to start setting aside some time in creative to learning the muscle memory of fully protected piece control. Start incredibly slow. Make sure you are indeed behind the wall you're piecing from and understand how the grid system works from those protected peaks. The 7th and last fighting fundamental is awareness. I've been talking about awareness non-stop in this video, but for good reason. Awareness is the most important factor behind succeeding in fights. And without the knowledge of the importance of awareness, your practice will become super ineffective. Everything you do in fighting practice should be based off having awareness over the opponents you're battling and not allowing them to make mistakes and get away with it. You want to be that guy who always eliminates your enemies when they mess up. That is the way you become an unstoppable fighter. The way you do this is you play slow enough to the point where you never lose track of your opponent. This goes for playing both defensively and aggressively. If you lose your opponent in a fight, your awareness needs work. Awareness is a combination both of what you see and what you hear. You gotta be able to use these two senses. Learning auditory awareness in Fortnite is something nobody ever talks about, but it's super important. So think about that the next time you hop on. So today we've talked about the 7 fundamentals of fighting and how if you master all 7, you'll be an unstoppable fighter. So hopefully this video made you understand which of the 7 fundamentals you need to focus on moving forward. To refresh your memory, the 7 fundamentals we have talked about today were aggressive fighting, defensive fighting, tempo switching, mechanics, peaks, piece control, and last but undeniably not least, we have awareness. Guys, this has been my longest and most structured educational video ever, so please let me know if you want to see more long-form videos on specific topics within Fortnite competitive just like this one. If you haven't already, consider liking and using code MarinTM. It honestly supports me way more than you guys might think, but other than that, I think it's time to wrap up this 20-minute video. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'll of course see you very, very soon.
Kylie Ying has worked at many interesting places, such as MIT, CERN, and Free Code Camp. She's a physicist, engineer, and basically a genius. And now she's going to teach you about machine learning in a way that is accessible to absolute beginners.
What's up, you guys? So welcome to Machine Learning for Everyone. If you are someone who is interested in machine learning and you think you are considered as everyone, then this video is for you. In this video, we'll talk about supervised and unsupervised learning models. We'll go through maybe a little bit of the logic or math behind them, and then we'll also see how we can program it on Google Colab. If there are certain things that I have done and you're somebody with more experience than me, please feel free to correct me in the comments, and we can all as a community learn from this together. So with that, let's just dive right in. Without wasting any time, let's just dive straight into the code, and I will be teaching you guys concepts as we go. So this here is the UCI machine learning repository, and basically they just have a ton of data sets that we can access. And I found this really cool one called the Magic Gamma Telescope data set. So in this data set, if you don't want to read all of this information, to summarize what I think is going on, is there's this gamma telescope, and we have all these high energy particles hitting the telescope. Now there's a camera, there's a detector that actually records certain patterns of how this light hits the camera, and we can use properties of those patterns in order to predict what type of particle caused that radiation. So whether it was a gamma particle or some other hadron. Down here, these are all of the attributes of those patterns that we collect in the camera. So you can see that there's, some length, width, size, asymmetry, etc. Now we're going to use all these properties to help us discriminate the patterns and whether or not they came from a gamma particle or a hadron. So in order to do this, we're going to come up here, go to the data folder, and you're going to click this Magic04 data, and we're going to download that. Now over here, I have a Colab notebook open. So you go to colab.research.google.com, you start a new notebook, and I'm just going to call this the Magic dataset. So actually, I'm going to call this for Code Camp Magic example. Okay. So with that, I'm going to first start with some imports. So I will import, I always import NumPy. I always import pandas. And I always import matplotlib. And then we'll import other things as we go. So yeah. We run that. In order to run the cell, you can either click this play button here, or you can, on my computer, it's just Shift Enter, and that will run the cell. And here I'm just going to let you guys know, okay, this is where I found the data set. So I've copied and pasted this actually, but this is just where I found the data set. And in order to import that downloaded file that we got from the computer, we're going to go over here to this folder thing. And I am literally just going to drag and drop that file into here. Okay. So in order to take a look at, what does this file consist of? Do we have the labels? Do we not? I mean, we could open it on our computer, but we can also just do pandas read CSV, and we can pass in the name of this file. And let's see what it returns. So it doesn't seem like we have the labels. So let's go back to here. I'm just going to make the columns, the column labels, all of these attribute names over here. So I'm just going to take these values and make that the column names. All right, how do I do that? So basically, I will come back here and I will create a list called calls, and I will type in all of those things. Width, f size, f conc, and we also have f conc1. We have f symmetry, FM3 long, FM3 trans, F alpha, what else do we have? F dist and class. Okay, great. Now, in order to label those as these columns down here in our data frame, so basically this command here just reads some CSV file that you pass in. CSV is comma separated values, and turns that into a pandas data frame object. So now if I pass in a names here, then it basically assigns these labels to the columns of this data set. So I'm gonna set this data frame equal to df, and then if we call, so head is just like, give me the first 5 things. Now you'll see that we have labels for all of these, okay? All right, great. So one thing that you might notice is that over here, the class labels, we have G and H. So if I actually go down here and I do data frame class.unique, you'll see that I have either G's or H's, and these stand for gammas or hadrons. And our computer is not so good at understanding letters, right? Our computer is really good at understanding numbers. So what we're going to do is we're going to convert this to 0 for G and 1 for H. So here I'm going to set this equal to this, whether or not that equals G. And then I'm just going to say as type int. So what this should do is convert this entire column. If it equals G, then this is true, so I guess that would be 1. And then if it's H, it would be false, so that would be 0. But I'm just converting G and H to 1 and 0. It doesn't really matter, like, if G is 1 and H is 0, or vice versa. Let me just take a step back right now and talk about this data set. So here I have some data frame, and I have all of these different values for each entry. Now this is each of these is one sample. It's one example. It's one item in our data set. It's one data point. All of these things are kind of the same thing when I mention, oh, this is one example, or this is one sample, or whatever. Now, each of these samples, they have one quality for each, or one value for each of these labels up here, and then it has the class. Now, what we're going to do in this specific example is try to predict for future, samples, whether the class is G for gamma or H for hadron. And that is something known as classification. Now, all of these up here, these are known as our features. And features are just things that we're going to pass into our model in order to help us predict the label, which in this case is the class column. So for, sample 0, I have 10 different features. So I have 10 different values that I can pass into some model, and I can spit out, the class, the label. And I know the true label here is G, so this is actually supervised learning. All right. So before I move on, let me just give you a quick little crash course on what I just said. This is machine learning for everyone. Well, the first question is, what is machine learning? Well, machine learning is a subdomain of computer science that focuses on certain algorithms which might help a computer learn from data without a programmer being there telling the computer exactly what to do. That's what we call explicit programming. So you might have heard of AI and ML and data science. What is the difference between all of these? So AI is artificial intelligence, and that's an area of computer science where the goal is to enable computers and machines to perform human-like tasks and simulate human behavior. Now, machine learning is a subset of AI that tries to solve one specific problem and make predictions using certain data. And data science is a field that attempts to find patterns and draw insights from data, and that might mean we're using machine learning. So all of these fields kind of overlap, and all of them might use machine learning. So there are a few types of machine learning. The first one is supervised learning. And in supervised learning, we're using labeled inputs. So this means whatever input we get, we have a corresponding output label in order to train models and to learn outputs of different new inputs that we might feed our model. So for example, I might have these pictures, okay? To a computer, all these pictures are pixels. They're pixels with a certain color. Now in supervised learning, all of these inputs have a label associated with them. This is the output that we might want the computer to be able to predict. So for example, over here, this picture is a cat, this picture is a dog, and this picture is a lizard. Now there's also unsupervised learning. And in unsupervised learning, we use unlabeled data to learn about patterns in the data. So here are my input data points. Again, they're just images, they're just pixels. Well, okay, let's say I have a bunch of these different pictures. And what I can do is I can feed all of these to my computer, and I might not, my computer's not gonna be able to say, oh, this is a cat, dog, and lizard in terms of, the output, but it might be able to cluster all of these pictures. It might say, hey, all of these have something in common. All of these have something in common, and then these down here have something in common. That's finding some sort of structure in our unlabeled data. And finally, we have reinforcement learning. And reinforcement learning, well, there's an agent that is learning in some sort of interactive environment based on rewards and penalties. So let's think of a dog. We can train our dog, but there's not necessarily, any wrong or right output at any given moment, right? Well, let's pretend that dog is a computer. Essentially what we're doing is we're giving rewards to our computer and telling our computer, hey, this is probably something good that you want to keep doing. Well, computer agent, terminology. But in this class today, we'll be focusing on supervised learning and unsupervised learning and learning different models for each of those. All right, so let's talk about supervised learning first. So this is kind of what a machine learning model looks like. You have a bunch of inputs that are going into some model, and then the model is spitting out an output, which is our prediction. So all these inputs, this is what we call the feature vector. Now, there are different types of features that we can have. We might have qualitative features, and qualitative means categorical data. There's either a finite number of categories or groups. So one example of a qualitative feature might be gender. And in this case, there's only two here. It's for the sake of the example. I know this might be a little bit outdated. Here we have a girl and a boy. There are two genders, there are two different categories. That's a piece of qualitative data. Another example might be, okay, we have, a bunch of different nationalities. Maybe a nationality or a nation or a location. That might also be an example of categorical data. Now, in both of these, there's no inherent order. It's not like, we can rate US 1 and France 2, Japan 3, etc., right? There's not really any inherent order built into either of these categorical data sets. That's why we call this nominal data. Now, for nominal data, the way that we want to feed it into our computer is using something called one-hot encoding. So let's say that, I have a data set. Some of the items in our data, some of the inputs might be from the US. Some might be from India, then Canada, then France. Now, how do we get our computer to recognize that? We have to do something called one-hot encoding. And basically, one-hot encoding is saying, okay, well, if it matches some category, make that a 1, and if it doesn't, just make that a 0. So for example, if your input were from the US, you might have 1 0 0 0. India, 0 1 0 0. Canada, okay, well, the item representing Canada is 1, and then France, the item representing France is 1, and then you can see that the rest are zeros. That's one-hot encoding. Now, there are also a different type of qualitative feature. So here on the left, there are different age groups. There's babies, toddlers, teenagers, young adults, and so on, right? And on the right-hand side, we might have different ratings. So maybe bad, not so good, mediocre, good, and then like great. Now, these are known as ordinal pieces of data because they have some sort of inherent order, right? Like being a toddler is a lot closer to being a baby than being an elderly person, right? Or good is closer to great than it is to really bad. So these have some sort of inherent ordering system. And so for these types of data sets, we can actually just mark them from 1 to 5, or we can just say, hey, for each of these, let's give it a number. And this makes sense because, like, for example, the thing that I just said, how good is closer to great than good is close to not good at all. Well, 4 is closer to 5 than 4 is close to 1. So this actually kind of makes sense, and it'll make sense for the computer as well. All right, there are also quantitative pieces of data, and quantitative pieces of data are numerical valued pieces of data. So this could be discrete, which means, they might be integers, or it could be continuous, which means all real numbers. So for example, the length of something is a quantitative piece of data. It's a quantitative feature. The temperature of something is a quantitative feature. And then maybe how many Easter eggs I collected in my basket this Easter egg hunt, that is an example of discrete quantitative feature. Okay, so these are continuous, and this over here is discrete. So those are the things that go into our feature vector. Those are our features that we're feeding this model, because our computers are really, really good at understanding math, right? At understanding numbers. They're not so good at understanding things that humans might be able to understand. Well, what are the types of predictions that our model can output? So in supervised learning, there are some different tasks. There's one, classification. And basically classification just saying, okay, predict discrete classes. And that might mean, this is a hot dog, this is a pizza, and this is ice cream. Okay, so there are 3 distinct classes, and any other pictures of hot dogs, pizza, or ice cream, I can put under these labels. Hot dog, pizza, ice cream. This is something known as multi-class classification. But there's also binary classification. And binary classification, you might have hot dog or not hot dog. So there's only 2 categories that you're working with, something that is something and something that isn't. Binary classification. Okay, so yeah, other examples. So if something has positive or negative sentiment, that's binary classification. Maybe you're predicting your pictures if they're cats or dogs. That's binary classification. Maybe, you are writing an email filter and you're trying to figure out if an email is spam or not spam. So that's also binary classification. Now for multi-class classification, you might have, cat, dog, lizard, dolphin, shark, rabbit, etc. We might have different types of fruits, so like orange, apple, pear, etc. And then maybe different plant species. But multi-class classification just means more than 2. Okay, and binary means we're predicting between 2 things. There's also something called regression when we talk about supervised learning. And this just means we're trying to predict continuous values. So instead of just trying to predict different categories, we're trying to come up with a number that, is on some sort of scale. So some examples. Some examples might be the price of Ethereum tomorrow. Or it might be, okay, what is going to be the temperature? Or it might be, what is the price of this house? Right? So these things don't really fit into discrete classes. We're trying to predict a number that's as close to the true value as possible using different features of our data set. So that's exactly what our model looks like in supervised learning. Now let's talk about the model itself. How do we make this model learn? Or how can we tell whether or not it's even learning? So before we talk about the models, let's talk about how can we actually like evaluate these models, or how can we tell whether something is a good model or a bad model. So let's take a look at this data set. So this data set this is from a Pima Indian diabetes data set. And here we have different number of pregnancies, different glucose levels, blood pressure, skin thickness, insulin, BMI, age, and then the outcome, whether or not they have diabetes. 1 for they do, 0 for they don't. So here, all of these are quantitative features, right? Because they're all on some scale. So each row is a different sample in the data. So it's a different example. It's one person's data, and each row represents one person in this data set. Now this column, each column represents a different feature. So this one here is some measure of blood pressure levels. And this one over here, as we mentioned, is the output label. So this one is whether or not they have diabetes. And as I mentioned, this is what we would call a feature vector, because these are all of our features in one sample. And this is what's known as the target, or the output for that feature vector. That's what we're trying to predict. And all of these together is our features matrix, X. And over here, this is our labels or targets vector, Y. So I've condensed this to a chocolate bar to kind of talk about some of the other concepts in machine learning. So over here we have our X, our features matrix, and over here this is our label Y. So each row of this will be fed into our model, right? And our model will make some sort of prediction. And what we do is we compare that prediction to the actual value of Y that we have in our labeled data set, because that's the whole point of supervised learning, is we can compare what our model is outputting to, oh, what is the truth actually? And then we can go back and we can adjust some things so that the next iteration we get closer to what the true value is. So that whole process here, the tinkering, okay, what's the difference? Where did we go wrong? That's what's known as training the model. Okay, so take this whole, chunk right here. Do we want to really put our entire chocolate bar into the model to train our model? Not really, right? Because if we did that, then how do we know that our model can do well on new data that we haven't seen? Like if I were to create a model to predict whether or not someone has diabetes, let's say that I just train all my data and I see that on my training data it does well. I go to some hospital, I'm like, here's my model. I think you can use this to predict if somebody has diabetes. Do we think that would be effective or not? Probably not, right? Because we haven't assessed how well our model can generalize. Okay, it might do well after, our model has seen this data over and over and over again, but what about new data? Can our model handle new data? Well, how do we get our model to assess that? So we actually break up our whole data set that we have into 3 different types of data sets. We call it the training data set, the validation data set, and the testing data set. And you might have 60% here, 20% and 20%, or 80, 10, and 10. It really depends on how many statistics you have. I think either of those would be acceptable. So what we do is then we feed the training data set into our model. We come up with, this might be a vector of predictions corresponding with each sample that we put into our model. We figure out, okay, what's the difference between our prediction and the true values? This is something known as loss. Loss is, what's the difference here in some numerical quantity, of course. And then we make adjustments, and that's what we call training, okay? So then, once, you know, we've made a bunch of adjustments, we can put our validation set through this model. And the validation set is kind of used as a reality check during or after training to ensure that the model can handle unseen data still. So every single time after we train one iteration, we might stick the validation set in and see, hey, what's the loss there? And then after our training's over, we can assess the validation set and ask, hey, what's the loss there? But one key difference here is that we don't have that training step. This loss never gets fed back into the model, right? That feedback loop is not closed. All right, so let's talk about loss really quickly. So here I have 4 different types of models. I have some sort of data that's being fed into the model and then some output. Okay, so this output here is pretty far from, you know, this truth that we want. And so this loss is going to be high. In model B, again, this is pretty far from what we want, so this loss is also going to be high. Let's give it 1.5. Now this one here, it's pretty close. I mean, maybe not almost, but pretty close to this one. So that might have a loss of 0.5. And then this one here is maybe further than this, but still better than these two. So that loss might be 0.9. Okay, so which of these models performs the best? Well, Model C has the smallest loss, so it's probably Model C. Okay, now let's take Model C after, you know, we've come up with all these models and we've seen, okay, Model C is probably the best model. We take Model C and we run our test set through this model. And this test set is used as a final check to see how generalizable that chosen model is. So if I, you know, finish training my diabetes data set, then I could run it through some chunk of the data and I can say, oh, like this is how it would perform on data that it's never seen before at any point during the training process, okay? And that loss, that's the final reported performance of my test set, or this would be the final reported performance of my model, okay? So let's talk about this thing called loss, because I think I kind of just glossed over it, right? So loss is the difference between your prediction and the actual like label. So this would give a slightly higher loss than this. And this would even give a higher loss because it's even more off. In computer science, we like formulas, right? We like formulaic ways of describing things. So here are some examples of loss functions and how we can actually come up with numbers. This here is known as L1 loss. And basically L1 loss just takes the absolute value of whatever your, you know, real value is, whatever the real output label is, subtracts the predicted value and takes the absolute value of that. Okay? So the absolute value is a function that looks something like this. So the further off you are, the greater your loss is, right? In either direction. So if your real value is off from your predicted value by 10, then your loss for that point would be 10. And then this sum here just means, hey, we're taking all the points in our data set and we're trying to figure out the sum of how far everything is. Now, we also have something called L2 loss. So this loss function is quadratic, which means that if it's close, the penalty is very minimal. And if it's off by a lot, then the penalty is much, much higher, okay? And this, instead of the absolute value, we just square the difference between the two. Now there's also something called binary cross entropy loss. It looks something like this, and this is for binary classification. This might be the loss that we use. So this loss, you know, I'm not gonna really go through it too much, but you just need to know that loss decreases as the performance gets better. So there are some other measures of performance as well. So for example, accuracy. What is accuracy? So let's say that these are pictures that I'm feeding my model, okay? And these predictions might be apple, orange, orange, apple. Okay, but the actual is apple, orange, apple, apple. So 3 of them were correct and 1 of them was incorrect. So the accuracy of this model is 3/4 or 75%. All right, coming back to our Colab notebook, I'm going to close this a little bit. Again, we've imported stuff up here. And we've already created our data frame right here. And this is all of our data. This is what we're going to use to train our models. So down here, again, if we now take a look at our data set, you'll see that our classes are now 0s and 1s. So now this is all numerical, which is good because our computer can now understand that. Okay. And you know, it would probably be a good idea to maybe kind of plot, hey, do these things have anything to do with the class? So here, I'm going to go through all of the labels. So for label in the columns of this data frame, so this just gets me the list. Actually, we have the list, right? It's called, so let's just use that. It might be less confusing. Of everything up till the last thing, which is the class. So I'm going to take all these 10 different features and I'm going to plot them as a histogram. And now I'm going to plot them as a histogram. So basically, if I take that data frame and I say, okay, for everything where the class is equal to 1, so these are all of our gammas, remember. Now, for that portion of the data frame, if I look at this label, so now these, okay, what this part here is saying is inside the data frame, get me everything where the class is equal to 1. So that's all of these would fit into that category, right? And now let's just look at the label column. So the first label would be f-length, which would be this column. So this command here is getting me all the different values that belong to class 1 for this specific label. And that's exactly what I'm going to put into the histogram. And now I'm just going to tell, you know, matplotlib, make the color blue, label this as, you know, gamma, set alpha, why do I keep doing that? Alpha equal to 0.7, so that's just like the transparency. And then I'm going to set density equal to true, so that when we compare it to the hadrons here, we'll have a baseline for comparing them. Okay, so the density being true just basically normalizes these distributions. So, you know, if you have 200 of one type and then 50 of another type, well, if you drew the histograms, it would be hard to compare because one of them would be a lot bigger than the other, right? But by normalizing them, we kind of are distributing them over how many samples there are. All right, and then I'm just going to put a title on here, make that the label, the Y label. So because it's density, the Y label is probability. And the X label is just gonna be the label. What is going on? And I'm going to include a legend, and plt.show just means, okay, display the plot. So if I run that, just be up to the last item. So we want a list, right? Not just the last item. And now we can see that we're plotting all of these. So here we have the length. Oh, and I made this gamma. So this should be hadron. Okay. So the gamma's in blue, the hadrons are in red. So here we can already see that, you know, maybe if the length is smaller, it's probably more likely to be gamma, right? And we can kind of, you know, these all look somewhat similar. But here, okay, clearly if there's more asymmetry, or if, you know, this asymmetry measure is larger, then it's probably a hadron. Okay, oh, this one's a good one. So F alpha. Seems like hadrons are pretty evenly distributed, whereas if this is smaller, it looks like there's more gammas in that area. Okay, so this is kind of what the data that we're working with. We can kind of see what's going on. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do here is we are going to create our train, our validation, and our test data sets. I'm going to set train, valid, and test to be equal to this, so numpy.split, I'm just splitting up the data frame. And if I do this sample, where I'm sampling everything, this will basically shuffle my data. Now, if I want to pass in where exactly I'm splitting my data set, so the first split is going to be maybe at 60%. So I'm just going to say 0.6 times the length of this data frame. So, and then cast that to an integer. That's going to be the first place where, you know, I cut it off, and that'll be my training data. Now, if I then go to 0.8, this basically means everything between 60% and 80% of the length of the data set will go towards validation. And then like everything from 80 to 100 is going to be my test data. So I can run that. And now if we go up here and we inspect this data, we'll see that these columns seem to have values in like the 100s, whereas this one is 0.03. Right, so the scale of all these numbers is way off, and sometimes that will affect our results. So one thing that we would want to do is scale these so that they are, you know, so that it's now relative to maybe the mean and the standard deviation of that specific column. I'm going to create a function called scale dataset. And I'm going to pass in the data frame. And that's what I'll do for now. Okay, so the X values are going to be, you know, I take the data frame, and let's assume that the columns are going to be, you know, that the label will always be the last thing in the data frame. So what I can do is say data frame dot columns all the way up to the last item, and get those values. Now for my Y, well, it's the last column, so I can just do this. I can just index into that last column and then get those values. Now, so I'm actually going to import something known as the standard scaler from sklearn. So if I come up here, I can go to sklearn.preprocessing, and I'm going to import standard scaler. I have to run that cell. I'm going to come back down here, and now I'm going to create a scaler and use that scaler. So standard scaler. And with the scaler, what I can do is actually just fit and transform X. So here I can say X is equal to scaler.fit transform X. So what that's doing is saying, okay, take X and fit the standard scaler to X, and then transform all those values, and what would it be? And that's going to be our new X. All right. And then I'm also going to just create, you know, the whole data as one huge 2D NumPy array. And in order to do that, I'm going to call hstack. So hstack is saying, okay, take an array and another array and horizontally stack them together. That's what the H stands for. So by horizontally stack them together, just like put them side by side, okay, not on top of each other. So what am I stacking? Well, I have to pass in something so that it can stack X and Y. And now, okay, so NumPy is very particular about dimensions, right? So in this specific case, our X is a two-dimensional object, but Y is only a one-dimensional thing. It's only a vector of values. So in order to now reshape it into a 2D item, we have to call numpy.reshape. And we can pass in the dimensions of its reshape. So if I pass in -1, that just means, okay, make this a 2D array, where the -1 just means infer what this dimension value would be, which ends up being the length of y. This would be the same as literally doing this, but the negative one is easier because we're making the computer do the hard work. So if I stack that, I'm going to then return the data, x and y. Okay. So one more thing is that if we go into our training data set, okay, again, this is our training data set, and we get the length of the training data set, but where the training data set's class is 1. So remember that this is the gammas. And then if we print that, and we do the same thing but 0, we'll see that, you know, there's around 7,000 of the gammas, but only around 4,000 of the hadrons. So that might actually become an issue. And instead, what we want to do is we want to oversample our training data set. So that means that we want to increase the number of these values so that these kind of match better. And surprise, surprise, there is something that we can import that will help us do that. So I'm going to go to from imblearn.oversampling, and I'm going to import this random oversampler. Run that cell and come back down here. So I will actually add in this parameter called oversample and set that to false for default. And if I do want to oversample, then what I'm going to do, and by oversample, so okay, if I do want to oversample, then I'm going to create this ROS and set it equal to this random oversampler. And then for X and Y, I'm just going to say, okay, just fit and resample X and Y. And what that's doing is saying, okay, take more of the less class. So take the less class and keep sampling from there to increase the size of our data set of that smaller class so that they now match. So if I do this and I scale data set and I pass in the training data set where oversample is true. So this, let's say this is train and then X train, Y train. Oops, what's going on? Oh, these should be columns. So basically what I'm doing now is I'm just saying, okay, what is the length of Y train? Okay, now it's 14,800, whatever. And now let's take a look at how many of these are type 1. So actually we can just sum that up. And then we'll also see that if we instead switch the label and ask how many of them are the other type, it's the same value. So now these have been evenly, you know, rebalanced. Okay, well, okay. So here I'm just going to make this the validation data set. And then the next one, I'm going to make this the test data set. All right, and we're actually going to switch oversample here to false. Now, the reason why I'm switching that to false is because my validation and my test sets are for the purpose of, you know, if I have data that I haven't seen yet, how does my sample perform on those? And I don't want to oversample for that right now. Like I don't care about balancing those. I want to know if I have a random set of data that's unlabeled, can I trust my model, right? So that's why I'm not oversampling. I run that, and again, what is going on? Oh, it's because we already have this train. So I have to come up here and split that data frame again. And now let's run these. Okay. So now we have our data properly formatted. And we're going to move on to different models now, and I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about each of these models, and then I'm going to show you how we can do that in our code. So the first model that we're going to learn about is KNN, or K nearest neighbors. Okay, so here I've already drawn a plot On the y-axis, I have the number of kids that a family might have, and then on the x-axis, I have their income in terms of thousands per year. So, you know, if someone's making 40,000 a year, that's where this would be, and if somebody's making 320, that's where that would be. Somebody has 0 kids, it'd be somewhere along this axis. Somebody has 5, it'd be somewhere over here. Okay? And now I have these plus signs and these minus signs on here. So what I'm going to represent here is the plus sign means that they own a car, and the minus sign is going to represent no car. Okay? So your initial thought should be, okay, I think this is binary classification because all of our points, all of our samples have labels. So this is a sample with the plus label. And this here is another sample with the minus label. This is an abbreviation for width that I'll use. All right. So we have this entire data set, and maybe around half the people own a car, and maybe around half the people don't own a car. Okay, well, what if I had some new point? Let me choose a different color. I'll use this nice green. Well, what if I have a new point over here? So let's say that somebody makes 40,000 a year and has 2 kids. What do we think that would be? Well, just logically looking at this plot, you might think, okay, it seems like they wouldn't have a car, right? Because that kind of matches the pattern of everybody else around them. So that's the whole concept of this nearest neighbors, is you look at, okay, what's around you? And then you're basically like, okay, I'm going to take the label of the majority that's around me. So the first thing we have to do is we have to define a distance function. And a lot of times in, 2D plots like this, our distance function is something known as Euclidean distance. And Euclidean distance is basically just this straight line distance like this. Okay? So this would be the Euclidean distance. It seems like there's this point, there's this point, there's that point, etc. So the length of this line, this green line that I just drew, that is what's known as Euclidean distance. If we want to get technical with that, this exact formula is the distance. Here, let me zoom in. The distance is equal to the square root of one point's x minus the other point's x squared plus, extend that square root, the same thing for y. So y1 of 1 minus y2 of the other squared. Okay, so we're basically trying to find the length, the distances, the difference between x and y, and then square each of those, sum it up, and take the square root. Okay, so I'm going to erase this so it doesn't clutter my drawing. But anyways, now going back to this plot. So here in the nearest neighbor algorithm, we see that there is a k, right? And this k is basically telling us, okay, how many neighbors do we use in order to judge what the label is? So usually we use a k of maybe, 3 or 5. Depends on how big our data set is. But here I would say maybe a logical number would be 3 or 5. So let's say that we take k to be equal to 3. Okay, well, of this data point that I drew over here, let me use green to highlight this. Okay, so of this data point that I drew over here, it looks like the 3 closest points are definitely this one, and then this one has a length of 4, and this one seems like it'd be a little bit further than 4. So actually these would be our 3 points. Well, all those points are blue. So chances are my prediction for this point is going to be blue. It's going to be, probably don't have a car. All right, now what if my point is somewhere, over here? Let's say that a couple has 4 kids and they make $240,000 a year. All right, well now my closest points are this one, probably a little bit over that one, and then this one, right? Okay, still all pluses. Well, this one is more than likely to be a plus, right? Now let me get rid of some of these just so that it looks a little bit more clear. All right, let's go through one more. What about a point that might be right here? Okay, let's see. Well, definitely this is the closest, right? This one's also closest. And then it's really close between the 2 of these. But if we actually do the mathematics, it seems like if we zoom in, this one is right here, and this one is in between these 2. So this one here is actually shorter than this one. And that means that that top one is the one that we're going to take. Now, what is the majority of the points that are close by? Well, we have 1 plus here, we have 1 plus here, and we have 1 minus here, which means that the pluses are the majority. And that means that this label is probably somebody with a car. Okay? So this is how K nearest neighbors would work. It's that simple. And this can be extrapolated to further dimensions, to higher dimensions. You know, if you have, here we have 2 different features. We have the income, and then we have the number of kids. But let's say we have 10 different features. We can expand our distance function so that it includes all 10 of those dimensions. We take the square root of everything, and then we figure out which one is the closest to the point that we desire to classify, okay? So that's K nearest neighbors. So now we've learned about K nearest neighbors. Let's see how we would be able to do that within our code. So here I'm going to label the section K nearest neighbors. And we're actually going to use a package from sklearn. So the reason why we, use these packages is so that we don't have to manually code all of these things ourselves, because it would be really difficult, and chances are the way that we would code it either would have bugs or it'd be really slow, or I don't know, a whole bunch of issues. So what we're going to do is hand it off to the pros. From here I can say, okay, from sklearn, which is this package .neighbors, I'm going to import K neighbors classifier because we're classifying. Okay, so I run that, and our KNN model is going to be this K neighbors classifier, and we can pass in a parameter of how many neighbors we want to use. So first, let's see what happens if we just use 1. So now if I do KNN model.fit, I can pass in my X training set and my Y train data, okay? So that effectively fits this model. And let's get all the predictions. So Y, KNN, or I guess, yeah, let's just do Y predictions. And my Y predictions are going to be KNN model.predict. So let's use the test set, X test. Okay. All right, so if I call Y predict, you'll see that we have those, but if I get my truth values for that test set, you'll see that this is what we actually do. So just looking at this, we got 5 out of 6 of them. Okay, great. So let's actually take a look at something called the classification report that's offered by sklearn. So if I go to from sklearn.metrics, import classification report, what I can actually do is say, hey, print out this classification report for me, and let's check, you know, I'm giving you the Y test and the Y prediction. We run this and we see we get this whole entire chart. So I'm going to tell you guys a few things on this chart. All right, this accuracy is 82%, which is actually pretty good. That's just saying, hey, if we just look at, you know, what each of these new points, what it's closest to, then we actually get an 82% accuracy, which means how many do we get right versus how many total are there. Now, precision is saying, okay, you might see that we have it for class 1 or class 0 and class 1. What precision is saying, let's go to this Wikipedia diagram over here because I actually kind of like this diagram. So here, this is our entire data set. And on the left over here, we have everything that we know is positive. So everything that is actually truly positive, that we've labeled positive in our original data set. And over here, this is everything that's truly negative. Now in this circle, we have things that are that were labeled positive by our model. On the left here, we have things that are truly positive because, you know, this side is the positive side and this side is the negative side. So these are truly positive. Whereas all these ones out here, well, they should have been positive, but they were labeled as negative. And in here, these are the ones that we've labeled positive, but they're actually negative. And out here, these are truly negative. So precision is saying, okay, out of all the ones we've labeled as positive, how many of them are true positives? And recall is saying, okay, out of all the ones that we know are truly positive, how many did we actually get right? Okay. So going back to this over here, our precision score. So again, precision, out of all the ones that we've labeled as the specific class, how many of them are actually that class? It's 77 and 84%. Now recall, how out of all the ones that are actually this class, how many of those did we get? This is 68% and 89%. All right, so not too shabby. We can clearly see that this recall and precision for like the class 0 is worse than class 1, right? So that means for hadrons, it's worse for hadrons than for our gammas. This F1 score over here is kind of a combination of the precision and recall score. So we're actually going to mostly look at this one because we have an unbalanced test data set. So here we have a measure of 72 and 87, or 0.72 and 0.87, which is not too shabby. All right. Well, what if we, you know, made this 3? So we actually see that, okay, so what was it originally with 1? We see that our F1 score, you know, is now, it was 0.72 and then 0.87. And then our accuracy was 82%. So if I change that to 3. All right, so we've kind of increased 0 at the cost of 1. And then our overall accuracy is 81. So let's actually just make this 5. All right. So, you know, again, very similar numbers. We have 82% accuracy, which is pretty decent for a model that's relatively simple. Okay, the next type of model that we're going to talk about is something known as naive Bayes. Now, in order to understand the concepts behind naive Bayes, we have to be able to understand conditional probability and Bayes rule. So let's say I have some sort of data set that's shown in this table right here. People who have COVID are over here in this red row, and people who do not have COVID are down here in this green row. Now, what about the COVID test? Well, people who have tested positive are over here in this column, and people who have tested negative are over here in this column. Okay? Yeah, so basically our categories are people who have COVID and test positive, people who don't have COVID but test positive, so a false positive, people who have COVID and test negative, which is a false negative, and people who don't have COVID and test negative, which, good, means you don't have COVID. Okay, so let's make this slightly more legible. And here in the margins, I've written down the sums of whatever it's referring to. So this here is the sum of this entire row, and this here might be the sum of this column over here. Okay? So the first question that I have is, what is the probability of having COVID given that you have a positive test? And in probability, we write that out like this. So the probability of COVID given, so this line, that vertical line, means given that, you know, some condition. So given a positive test. Okay, so what is the probability of having COVID given a positive test? So what this is asking is saying, okay, let's go into this condition. So the condition of having a positive test, that is this slice of the data, right? That means if you're in this slice of data, you have a positive test. So given that we have a positive test, given in this condition, in this circumstance, we have a positive test. So what's the probability that we have COVID? Well, if we're just using this data, the number of people that have COVID is 531. So I'm going to say that there's 531 people that have COVID. And then now we divide that by the total number of people that have a positive test, which is 551. Okay, so that's the probability. And doing a quick division, we get that this is equal to around 96.4%. So according to this data set, which is data that I made up off the top of my head, so it's not actually real COVID data, but according to this data, the probability of having COVID, given that you tested positive, is 96.4%. All right, now with that, let's talk about Bayes' rule, which is this section here. Let's ignore this bottom part for now. So Bayes' rule is asking, okay, what is the probability of some event A happening given that B happened? So this we already know has happened. This is our condition, right? Well, what if we don't have data for that, right? Like, what if we don't know what the probability of A given B is? Well, Bayes' rule is saying, okay, well, you can actually go and calculate it as long as you have the probability of B given A, the probability of A, and the probability of B. Okay, and this is just a mathematical formula for that. All right, so here we have Bayes' rule. And let's actually see Bayes' rule in action. Let's use it on an example. So here, let's say that we have some disease statistics, okay? So not COVID, different disease. And we know that the probability of obtaining a false positive is 0.05. Probability of obtaining a false negative is 0.01. And the probability of the disease is 0.1. Okay, what is the probability of the disease given that we got a positive test? How do we even go about solving this? So what do I mean by false positive? What's a different way to rewrite that? A false positive is when you test positive, but you don't actually have the disease. So this here is a probability that you have a positive test given no disease, right? And similarly for the false negative, it's a probability that you test negative given that you actually have the disease. So if I put that into a chart, for example, and this might be my positive and negative tests, and this might be my diseases, disease and no disease. Well, the probability that I test positive but actually have no disease, okay, that's 0.05 over here. And then the false negatives up here for 0.01. So I'm testing negative, but I don't actually have the disease. So the probability that you test positive and you don't have the disease, plus the probability that you test negative given that you don't have the disease, that should sum up to 1. Okay, because if you don't have the disease, then you should have some probability that you're testing positive and some probability that you're testing negative, but that probability in total should be 1. So that means that the probability of negative and no disease, this should be the reciprocal. This should be the opposite. So it should be 0.95 because it's 1 minus whatever this probability is. And then, similarly, up here, this should be 0.99 because the probability that we, test negative and have the disease plus the probability that we test positive and have the disease should equal 1. So this is our probability chart. And now this probability of disease being 0.1 just means I have a 10% probability of having the disease, right? Like in the general population, the probability that I have the disease is 0.1. Okay, so what is the probability that I have the disease given that I got a positive test? Well, remember that we can write this out in terms of Bayes' rule, right? So if I use this rule up here, this is the probability of a positive test given that I have the disease times the probability of the disease divided by the probability of the evidence, which is my positive test. All right, now let's plug in some numbers for that. The probability of having a positive test given that I have the disease is 0.99. And then the probability that I have the disease is this value over here, 0.1. Okay? And then the probability that I have a positive test at all should be, okay, what is the probability that I have a positive test given that I actually have the disease? And then having the disease. And then the other case where the probability of me having a negative test positive test giving no disease times the probability of not actually having a disease. Okay, so I can expand that probability of having a positive test out into these two different cases. I have a disease and then I don't. And then what's the probability of having positive tests in either one of those cases? So that expression would become 0.99 times 0.1 plus 0.05. So that's the probability that I'm testing positive but don't have the disease. And then times the probability that I don't actually have the disease. So that's 1 minus 0.1. The probability that the population doesn't have the disease is 90%. So 0.9. And let's do that multiplication. And I get an answer of 0.6875 or 68.75%. Okay. All right, so we can actually expand that. We can expand Bayes' rule and apply it to classification. And this is what we call naive Bayes. So first, a little terminology. So the posterior is this over here because it's asking, hey, what is the probability of some class CK? So by CK, I just mean, the different categories. So C for category or class or whatever. So category 1 might be cats. Category 2, dogs. Category 3, lizards. All the way, we have K categories. K is just some number. Okay. So what is the probability of having this specific sample, X, so this is our feature vector of this one sample. What is the probability of X fitting into category 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, right? So that's what this is asking. What is the probability that, it's actually from this class given all this evidence that we see, the X's? So the likelihood is this quantity over here. It's saying, okay, well, given that, assume that this class is class CK. Okay, assume that this is a category. Well, what is the likelihood of actually seeing X, all these different features from that category? And then this here is the prior. So like in the entire population of things, what are the probabilities? What is the probability of this class in general? Like if I have, in my entire data set, what is the percentage, what is the chance that this image is a cat? How many cats do I have, right? And then this down here is called the evidence, because what we're trying to do is we're changing our prior. We're creating this new posterior probability built upon the prior by using some sort of evidence, right? And that evidence is the probability of X. So that's some vocab. And this here is the rule for naive Bayes. Whoa. Okay, let's digest that a little bit, okay? So what is, let me use a different color. What is this side of the equation asking? It's asking, what is the probability that we are in some class K, CK, given that, you know, this is my first input, this is my second input, this is, you know, my third, fourth, this is my nth input. So let's say that our classification is, do we play soccer today or not? Okay, and let's say our X's are, okay, is it, how much wind is there? How much rain is there? And what day of the week is it? So let's say that it's raining, it's not windy, but it's Wednesday. Do we play soccer or do we not? So let's use Bayes' rule on this. So this here is equal to the probability of x1, x2, all these joint probabilities, given class K, times the probability of that class, all over the probability of this evidence. Okay? So what is this fancy symbol over here? This means proportional to. So how our equal sign means it's equal to, this like little squiggly sign means that this is proportional to. Okay? And this denominator over here, you might notice that it has no impact on the class. Like that number doesn't depend on the class, right? So this is going to be constant for all of our different classes. So what I'm gonna do is make things simpler. So I'm just going to say that this probability, x1, x2, all the way to xn, this is going to be proportional to the numerator. I don't care about the denominator because it's the same for every single class. So this is proportional to x1, x2, xn, given class K times the probability of that class. Okay? All right. So in naive Bayes, the point of it being naive is that we're actually, this joint probability, we're just assuming that all of these different things are all independent. So in my soccer example, you know, the probability that we're playing soccer, or the probability that, you know, it's windy and it's rainy and it's Wednesday, all of these things are independent. We're assuming that they're independent. So that means that I can actually write this part of the equation here as this. So each term in here, I can just multiply all of them together. So the probability of the first feature, given that it's class K, times the probability of the second feature, given that's like class K, all the way up until, you know, the nth feature of, given that it's class K. So this expands to all of this, all right? Which means that this here is now proportional to the thing that we just expanded times this. So I'm going to write that out, so the probability of that class, and I'm actually going to use this symbol. So what this means is it's a huge multiplication. It means multiply everything to the right of this, so this probability, x given some class K, but do it for all the i's. So I, what is I? Okay, we're going to go from the first xi all the way to the nth. So that means for every single I, we're just multiplying these probabilities together. And that's where this up here comes from. So to wrap this up, oops, this should be a line. To wrap this up in plain English, basically what this is saying is a probability that, you know, we're in some category, given that we have all of these different features, is proportional to the probability of that class in general times the probability of each of those features, given that we're in this one class that we're testing. So the probability of it, you know, of us playing soccer today, given that it's rainy, not windy, and it's Wednesday, is proportional to, okay, well, what is the probability that we play soccer anyways? And then times the probability that it's rainy, given that we're playing soccer, times the probability that it's not windy, given that we're playing soccer. So how many times are we playing soccer when it's windy? How many, you know? And then how many times, or what's the probability that it's Wednesday, given that we're playing soccer? Okay. So how do we use this in order to make a classification? So that's where this comes in. Our y hat, our predicted y, is going to be equal to something called the argmax, and then this expression over here, because we want to take the argmax. Well, we want, so okay, if I write out this, again, this means the probability of being in some class CK given all of our evidence. Well, we're going to take the K that maximizes this expression on the right. That's what argmax means. So if K is in 1 through K, so this is how many categories there are, we're going to go through each K and we're going to solve this expression over here and find the K that makes that the largest. Okay? And remember that instead of writing this, we have now a formula, thanks to Bayes' rule, for helping us approximate that, right? And something that maybe we have like the evidence for that. We have the answers for that based on our training set. So this principle of going through each of these and finding whatever class, whatever category maximizes this expression on the right, this is something known as MAP for short, or maximum a posteriori. Pick the hypothesis, so pick the K that is the most probable so that we minimize the probability of misclassification. All right, so that is MAP. That is naive Bayes. Back to the notebook. So just like how I imported K-neighbors classifier up here, for naive Bayes, I can go to sklearn.naive Bayes, and I can import Gaussian naive Bayes. All right. And here I'm going to say my naive Bayes model is equal. This is very similar to what we had above. And I'm just going to say with this model, we are going to fit X train and Y train. All right, just like above. So this I might actually have to, so I'm going to set that. And exactly, just like above, I'm going to make my prediction. So here, I'm going to instead use my naive Bayes model. And of course, I'm going to run the classification report again. So I'm actually just going to put these in the same cell. But here we have the new Y prediction, and then Y test is still our original test data set. So if I run this, you'll see that, okay, what's going on here? We get worse scores, right? Our precision, for all of them, they look slightly worse. And our, for our precision, our recall, our F1 score, they look slightly worse for all the different categories. And our total accuracy, I mean, it's still 72%, which is not too shabby, but it's still 72%, okay? Which, is not that great. Okay, so let's move on to logistic regression. Here I've drawn a plot. I have Y, so this is my label on one axis, and then this is maybe one of my features. So let's just say I only have one feature in this case. It's X0, right? Well, we see that, you know, I have a few of one class type down here, and we know it's one class type because it's 0, and then we have our other class type 1 up here, okay? So many of you guys are familiar with regression, so let's start there. If I were to draw a regression line through this, it might look something like this, right? Well, this doesn't seem to be a very good model. Like, why would we use this specific line to predict y, right? It's iffy, okay? For example, we might say, okay, well, it seems like, you know, everything from here downwards would be one class type, and here upwards would be another class type. But when you look at this, you're just, you visually can tell, okay, like, that line doesn't make sense. Things are not, those dots are not along that line. And the reason is because we are doing classification, not regression. Okay. Well, first of all, let's start here. We know that this model, if we just use this line, it equals mx. So whatever this, let's just say it's x, plus b, which is the y-intercept, right? And m is the slope. But when we use a linear regression, is it actually y-hat? No, it's not, right? So when we're working with linear regression, what we're actually estimating in our model is the probability. What's the probability between 0 and 1 that is class 0 or class 1? So here, let's rewrite this as p equals mx plus b. Okay, well, mx plus b, that can range, you know, from negative infinity to infinity, right? For any value of x, it goes from negative infinity to infinity. But probability, we know one of the rules of probability is that probability has to stay between 0 and 1. So how do we fix this? Well, maybe instead of just setting the probability equal to that, we can set the odds equal to this. So by that, I mean, okay, let's do probability divided by 1 minus the probability. Okay, so now it becomes this ratio. Now this ratio is allowed to take on infinite values. But there's still one issue here. Let me move this over a bit. The one issue here is that mx plus b, that can still be negative, right? Like if, you know, I have a negative slope, if I have a negative b, if I have some negative x's in there, I don't know, but that's allowed to be negative. So how do we fix that? We do that by actually taking the log of the odds, okay? So now I have the log of, you know, some probability divided by 1 minus the probability, and now that is on a range of negative infinity to infinity, which is good because the range of log should be negative infinity to infinity. Now, how do I solve for p, the probability? Well, the first thing I can do is take, you know, I can remove the log by taking the e to the whatever is on both sides. So that gives me the probability over the 1 minus the probability is now equal to e to the mx plus b. Okay. So let's multiply that out. So the probability is equal to 1 minus probability e to the mx plus b. So p is equal to e to the mx plus b minus p times e to the mx plus b. And now we can move like terms to one side. So if I do p, so basically I'm moving this over, so I'm adding p. So now p, 1 plus e to the mx plus b is equal to e to the mx plus b. And let me change this parentheses, make it a little bigger. So now my probability can be e to the mx plus b divided by 1 plus e to the mx plus b. Okay, well, let me just rewrite this really quickly. I want a numerator of 1 on top. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply this by negative mx plus b. And then also the bottom by negative mx plus b. And I'm allowed to do that because this over this is 1. So now my probability is equal to 1 over 1 plus e to the negative mx plus b. And now why do I rewrite it like that? It's because this is actually a form of a special function, which is called the sigmoid function. And for the sigmoid function, it looks something like this. So s of x, sigmoid, you know, at some x, is equal to 1 over 1 plus e to the negative x. So essentially what I just did up here is rewrite this in some sigmoid function where the x value is actually mx plus b. So maybe I'll change this to y just to make that a bit more clear. It doesn't matter what the variable name is, but this is our sigmoid function. And visually, what our sigmoid function looks like is it goes from 0, so this here is 0, to 1. And it looks something like this curved S, which I didn't draw too well. Let me try that again. This is hard to draw. Something, if I can draw this right, like that. Okay, so it goes in between 0 and 1. And you might notice that this form fits our shape up here. Oops, let's draw it sharper. But it fits our shape up there a lot better, right? All right, so that is what we call logistic regression. We're basically trying to fit our data to this sigmoid function, okay? And when we only have, you know, one data point, so if we only have one feature, x, then that's what we call simple logistic regression. But then if we have, you know, so that's only x0, but then if we have x0, x1, all the way to xn, we call this multiple logistic regression, because there are multiple features that we're considering when we're building our model. Logistic regression. So I'm going to put that here. And again, from sklearn, this linear model, we can import logistic regression, right? And just like how we did above, we can repeat all of this. So here, instead of NB, I'm going to call this log model, or LG logistic regression. I'm going to change this to logistic regression. So I'm just going to use the default logistic regression. But actually, if you look here, you see that you can use different penalties. So right now we're using an L2 penalty, but L2 is our quadratic formula. Okay, so that means that for, you know, outliers, it would really penalize that. For all these other things, you know, you can toggle these different parameters and you might get slightly different results. If I were building a production level logistic regression model, then I would want to go and I would want to figure out, you know, what are the best parameters to pass into here based on my validation data. But for now, we'll just use this out of the box. So again, I'm going to fit the X train and the Y train, and I'm just going to predict again. So I can just call this again, and instead of the LG, NB, I'm going to use LG. So here, this is decent. Precision 65%, recall 71, F1 68 or 82, total accuracy of 77. Okay, so it performs slightly better than naive Bayes, but it's still not as good as KNN. All right, so the last model for classification that I wanted to talk about is something called support vector machines, or SVMs for short. So what exactly is an SVM model? I have two different features, X0 and X1 on the axes. And then I've told you if it's, you know, class 0 or class 1 based on the blue and the red labels. My goal is to find some sort of line between these two labels that best divides the data. All right, so this line is our SVM model. So I call it a line here because in 2D it's a line, but in 3D it would be a plane, and then you can also have more and more dimensions. So the proper term is actually, I want to find the hyperplane that best differentiates these two classes. Let's see a few examples. Okay, so first, between these three lines, let's say A, B, and C, which one is the best divider of the data? Which one has, you know, all the data on one side or the other? Or at least if it doesn't, which one divides it the most, right? Like which one has the most defined boundary between the two different groups? So this question should be pretty straightforward. It should be A, right? Because A has that clear, distinct line between where, you know, everything on this side of A is one label, it's negative, and everything on this side of A is the other label, it's positive. So what if I have A, but then what if I had drawn my B like this, and my C maybe like this? Sorry, the labels are kind of close together. But now which one is the best? So I would argue that it's still A, right? And why is it still A? Because in these other two, look at how close this is to these points, right? So if I had some new point that I wanted to estimate, okay, say I didn't have A or B, so let's say we're just working with C. Let's say I have some new point that's right here, or maybe a new point that's right there. Well, it seems like just logically looking at this, I mean, without the boundary, that would probably go under the positives, right? I mean, it's pretty close to that other positive. So one thing that we care about in SVMs is something known as the margin. Okay, so not only do we want to separate the two classes really well, we also care about the boundary in between where the points in those classes in our data set are and the line that we're drawing. So in a line like this, the closest values to this line might be like here. And I'm trying to draw these perpendicular. Right? And so this effectively, if I switch over to these dotted lines, if I can draw this right. So these effectively are what's known as the margins. Okay, so these both here, these are our margins in our SVMs. And our goal is to maximize those margins. So not only do we want the line that best separates the two different classes, we want the line that has the largest margin. And the data points that lie on the margin lines, so basically these are the data points that's helping us define our divider. These are what we call support vectors. Hence the name support vector machines. Okay, so the issue with SVMs sometimes is that they're not so robust to outliers, right? So for example, if I had one outlier like this up here, that would totally change where I want my support vector to be, even though that might be my only outlier, okay? So that's just something to keep in mind as, you know, you're working with SVMs is it might not be the best model if there are outliers in your data set. Okay, so another example of SVMs might be, let's say that we have data like this. I'm just going to use a one-dimensional data set for this example. Let's say we have a data set that looks like this. Well, our, you know, separator should be perpendicular to this line, but it should be somewhere along this line. So it could be anywhere like this. You might argue, okay, well, there's one here, and then you could also just draw another one over here, right? And then maybe you can have two SVMs, but that's not really how SVMs work. But one thing that we can do is we can create some sort of projection. So I realized here that one thing I forgot to do was to label where 0 was. So let's just say 0 is here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to have x, and then I'm going to have x0 and x1. So x0 is just going to be my original x, but I'm going to make x1 equal to, let's say, x squared. So whatever is this squared, right? So now my negatives would be, you know, maybe somewhere here, here, just pretend that it's somewhere up here. Right, and now my pluses might be something like that. And I'm gonna run out of space over here, so I'm just gonna draw these together, use your imagination. But once I draw it like this, well, it's a lot easier to apply a boundary, right? Now our SVM could be maybe something like this. And now you see that we've divided our data set. Now it's separable, where one class is this way and the other class is that way. Okay, so that's known as SVMs. I do highly suggest that, you know, any of these models that we just mentioned, if you're interested in them, do go more in depth mathematically into them. Like how do we find this hyperplane, right? I'm not going to go over that in this specific course because you're just learning what an SVM is. But it's a good idea to know, oh, okay, this is the technique behind finding, you know, what exactly are the how do you define the hyperplane that we're going to use? So anyways, this transformation that we did down here, this is known as the kernel trick. So when we go from x to some coordinate x and then x squared, what we're doing is we are applying a kernel. So that's why it's called the kernel trick. So SVMs are actually really powerful, and you'll see that here. So from sklearn.svm, we are going to import SVC. And SVC is our support vector classifier. So with this, with our SVM model, we are going to, you know, create an SVC model. And we are going to, again, fit this to xtrain. I could have just copy and pasted this. I should have probably done that. Okay. Taking a bit longer. All right. Let's predict using our SVM model. And here, let's see if I can hover over this. All right, so again, you see a lot of these different parameters here that you can go back and change if you were creating a production level model. Okay, but in this specific case, we'll just use it out of the box again. So if I make predictions, you'll note that, wow, the accuracy actually jumps to 87% with the SVM. And even with class 0, there's nothing less than, you know, 0.8, which is great. And for class 1, I mean, everything's at 0.9, which is higher than anything that we had seen to this point. So far we've gone over 4 different classification models. We've done SVMs, logistic regression, naive Bayes, and KNN. And these are just simple ways on how to implement them. Each of these, they have different, you know, they have different hyperparameters that you can go and you can toggle, and you can try to see if that helps later on or not. But for the most part, they give us around 70 to 80% accuracy. Okay, with SVM being the best. Now, let's see if we can actually beat that using a neural net. Now, the final type of model that I wanted to talk about is known as a neural net or neural network. And neural nets look something like this. So you have an input layer. This is where all your features would go. And they have all these arrows pointing to some sort of hidden layer, and then all these arrows point to some sort of output layer. So what does all this mean? Each of these layers in here, this is something known as a neuron. Okay, so that's a neuron. In a neural net, these are all of our features that we're inputting into the neural net. So that might be x0, x1, all the way through xn, right? And these are the features that we talked about. They might be, you know, the pregnancy, the BMI, the age, etc. Now all of these get weighted by some value. So they get multiplied by some W number that applies to that one specific category, that one specific feature. So these two get multiplied. And the sum of all of these goes into that neuron. Okay, so basically I'm taking W0 times X0, and then I'm adding X1 times W1, and then I'm adding, you know, X2 times W2, etc., all the way to Xn times Wn. And that's getting input into the neuron. Now I'm also adding this bias term, which just means, okay, I might want to shift this by a little bit. So I might add 5, or I might add 0.1, or I might subtract 100, I don't know. But we're gonna add this bias term. And the output of all of these things, so the sum of this, and this, go into something known as an activation function, okay? And then after applying this activation function, we get an output. And this is what a neuron would look like. Now a whole network of them would look something like this. So I kind of glossed over this activation function. What exactly is that? This is how a neural net looks like. If we have all our inputs here, and let's say all of these arrows represent some sort of addition, right? Then what's going on is we're just adding a bunch of times, right? We're adding some sort of weight times these input layer a bunch of times. And then if we were to go back and factor that all out, then this entire neural net is just a linear combination of these input layers. Which, I don't know about you, but that just seems kind of useless, right? Because we could literally just write that out in a formula. Why would we need to set up this entire neural network? We wouldn't. So the activation function is introduced, right? So without an activation function, this just becomes a linear model. An activation function might look something like this. And as you can tell, these are not linear. And the reason why we introduce these is so that our entire model doesn't collapse on itself and become a linear model. So over here, this is something known as a sigmoid function. It runs between 0 and 1. Tanh runs between -1 all the way to 1. And this is ReLU, which anything less than 0 is 0, and then anything greater than 0 is linear. So with these activation functions, every single output of a neuron is no longer just the linear combination of these. It's some sort of altered linear state, which means that the input into the next neuron is, you know, it doesn't collapse on itself. It doesn't become linear because we've introduced all of these non-linearities. So this is the training set, the model, the loss, right? And then we do this thing called training, where we have to feed the loss back into the model and make certain adjustments to the model to improve this predicted output. Let's talk a little bit about the training. What exactly goes on during that step? Let's go back and take a look at our L2 loss function. This is what our L2 loss function looks like. It's a quadratic formula, right? Well, up here, the error is really, 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 really large. And our goal is to get somewhere down here where the loss is decreased, right? Because that means that our predicted value is closer to our true value. So that means that we want to go this way. Okay? And thanks to a lot of properties of math, something that we can do is called gradient descent in order to follow this slope down this way. This quadratic it has different slopes with respect to some value. Okay, so the loss with respect to some weight W0 versus W1 versus WN, they might all be different, right? So some way that I kind of think about it is, to what extent is this value contributing to our loss? And we can actually figure that out through some calculus, which we're not going to touch up on in this specific course, but if you want to learn more about neural nets, you should probably also learn some calculus and figure out what exactly backpropagation is doing in order to actually calculate, you know, how much do we have to backstep by. So the thing is here, you might notice that this follows this curve at all of these different points. And the closer we get to the bottom, the smaller this step becomes. Now stick with me here. So my new value, this is what we call a weight update. I'm gonna take W0 and I'm gonna set some new value for W0. And what I'm gonna set for that is the old value of W0 plus some factor, which I'll just call alpha for now, times whatever this arrow is. So that's basically saying, okay, take our old W0, our old weight, and just decrease it this way. So I guess increase it in this direction, right? Like take a step in this direction, but this alpha here is telling us, okay, don't take a huge step, right? Just in case we're wrong, take a small step. Take a small step in that direction, see if we get any closer. And for those of you who, you know, do want to look more into the mathematics of things, the reason why I use a plus here is because this here is the negative gradient, right? If this were just if you were to use the actual gradient, this should be a minus. Now this alpha is something that we call the learning rate, okay? And that adjusts how quickly we're taking steps, and that might, you know, tell that will ultimately control how long it takes for our neural net to converge, or sometimes if you set it too high, it might even diverge. But with all of these weights, so here I have W0, W1, and then WN, we make the same update to all of them after we calculate the loss, the gradient of the loss with respect to that weight. So that's how backpropagation works. And that is everything that's going on here. After we calculate the loss, we're calculating gradients, making adjustments in the model. So we're setting all the weights to something adjusted slightly. And then we're saying, okay, let's take the training set and run it through the model again and go through this loop all over again. So for machine learning, we already have seen some libraries that we use, right? We've already seen sklearn. But when we start going into neural networks, this is kind of what we're trying to program. And it's not very fun to try to program this from scratch, because not only will we probably have a lot of bugs, but also it's probably not going to be fast enough, right? Wouldn't it be great if there are just some, you know, full-time professionals that are dedicated to solving this problem, and they could literally just give us their code that's already running really fast? Well, the answer is yes, that exists. And that's why we use TensorFlow. So TensorFlow makes it really easy to define these models, but we also have enough control over what exactly we're feeding into this model. So for example, this line here is basically saying, okay, let's create a sequential neural net. So sequential is just, you know, what we've seen here. It just goes one layer to the next. And a dense layer means that all of them are interconnected. So here, this is interconnected with all of these nodes, and this one's all of these, and then this one gets connected to all of the next ones, and so on. So we're gonna create 16 dense nodes with ReLU activation functions, and then we're gonna create another layer of 16 dense nodes with ReLU activation. And then our output layer is going to be just one node, okay? And that's how easy it is to define something in TensorFlow. So TensorFlow is an open source library that helps you develop and train your ML models. Let's implement this for a neural net. So we're using a neural net for classification now. So our neural net model, we are going to use TensorFlow, and I don't think I imported that up here. So we are going to import that down here. So I'm going to import TensorFlow as TF and enter. Cool. So my neural net model is going to be, I'm going to use this. So essentially this is saying layer all these things that I'm about to pass in. So yeah, layer them, linear stack of layers, layer them as a model. And what that means, nope, not that. So what that means is I can pass in some sort of layer, and I'm just going to use a dense layer. Dot dense. And let's say we have 32 units. Okay. I will also set the activation as ReLU. And at first we have to specify the input shape. So here we have 10, comma. All right. All right, so that's our first layer. Now our next layer, I'm just gonna have another a dense layer of 32 units, all using ReLU. And that's it. So for the final layer, this is just going to be my output layer. It's going to just be one node, and the activation is going to be sigmoid. So if you recall from our logistic regression, what happened there was when we had a sigmoid, it looked something like this, right? So by creating a sigmoid activation on our last layer, we're essentially projecting our predictions to be 0 or 1, just like in logistic regression. And that's going to help us, you know, we can just round to 0 or 1 and classify that way. So this is my neural net model, and I'm going to compile this. So in TensorFlow, we have to compile it. It's really cool because I can just literally pass in what type of optimizer I want and it'll do it. So here, if I go to the optimizers, I'm actually going to use Atom. And you'll see that, you know, the learning rate is 0.001. So I'm just going to use that default. So 0.001. And my loss is going to be binary cross entropy. And the metrics that I'm also going to include on here. So it already will consider loss, but I'm also going to tack on accuracy so we can actually see that in a plot later on. All right, so I'm going to run this. And one thing that I'm going to also do is I'm going to define these plot definitions. So I'm actually copying and pasting this. I got these from TensorFlow, so if you go on to some TensorFlow tutorial, they actually have this like defined. And that's exactly what I'm doing here. So I'm actually going to move this cell up, run that. So we're basically plotting the loss over all the different epochs. Epochs means like training cycles. And we're gonna plot the accuracy over all of the epochs. All right, so we have our model. And now all that's left is let's train it, okay? So I'm going to say history. So TensorFlow is great because it keeps track of the history of the training, which is why we can go and plot it later on. Now I'm going to set that equal to this neural net model and fit that with xtrain, ytrain. I'm going to make the number of epochs equal to, let's just use 100 for now. And the batch size, I'm going to set equal to, let's say 32. All right. And the validation split. So what the validation split does, if it's down here somewhere. Okay, so yeah, this validation split is just the fraction of the training data to be used as validation data. So essentially every single epoch, what's going on is TensorFlow saying leave certain, if this is 0.2, then leave 20% out, and we're going to test how the model performs on that 20% that we've left out. Okay, so it's basically like our validation data set, but TensorFlow does it on our training data set during the training. So we have now a measure outside of just our validation data set to see, you know, what's going on. So validation split, I'm going to make that 0.2. And we can run this. So if I run that, all right, and I'm actually going to set verbose equal to 0, which means, okay, don't print anything, because printing something for 100 epochs might get kind of annoying. So I'm just gonna let it run, let it train, and then we'll see what happens. Cool, so it finished training. And now what I can do is, because, you know, I've already defined these two functions, I can go ahead and I can plot the loss, plot loss of that history, and I can also plot the accuracy throughout the training. So this is a little bit-ish what we're looking for. We definitely are looking for a steadily decreasing loss and an increasing accuracy. So here we do see that, you know, our validation accuracy improves from around 0.77 or something all the way up to somewhere around maybe 0.81. And our loss is decreasing, so this is good. It is expected that the validation loss and accuracy is performing worse than the training loss or accuracy, and that's because our model is training on that data. So it's adapting to that data, whereas the validation stuff is, you know, stuff that it hasn't seen yet. So that's why. So in machine learning, as we saw above, we could change a bunch of the parameters, right? Like I could change this to 64. So now it'd be a row of 64 nodes, and then 32, and then 1. So I can change some of these parameters. And a lot of machine learning is trying to find, hey, what do we set these hyperparameters to? So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to rewrite this so that we can do something, what's known as a grid search. So we can search through an entire space of, hey, what happens if, you know, we have 64 nodes and 64 nodes, or 16 nodes and 16 nodes, and so on. And then on top of all that, we can, you know, we can change this learning rate. We can change how many epochs. We can change, you know, the batch size. All of these things might affect our training. And just for kicks, I'm also going to add what's known as a dropout layer in here. And what dropout is doing is saying, hey, randomly choose at this rate certain nodes and don't train them in, you know, a certain iteration. So this helps prevent overfitting. Okay, so I'm actually going to define this as a function called train model. We're going to pass in x train, y train, the number of nodes, the dropout, you know, the probability that we just talked about, learning rate, so I'm actually going to say LR, batch size, and we can also pass in the number of epochs, right? I mentioned that as a parameter. So indent this so it goes under here, and with these two, I'm going to set this equal to number of nodes. And now with the two dropout layers, I'm going to set dropout prob. So now, you know, the probability of turning off a node during the training is equal to dropout prob. And I'm going to keep the output layer the same. Now I'm compiling it, but this here is now going to be my learning rate. And I still want binary cross entropy and accuracy. We are actually going to train our model inside of this function, but here we can do the epochs equals epochs, and this is equal to whatever, you know, we're passing in. X train, Y train belong right here. Okay, so those are getting passed in as well. And finally at the end, I'm going to return this model and the history of that model. Okay. So now what I'll do is let's just go through all of these. So let's keep epochs at 100. And now what I can do is I can say, hey, for a number of nodes in, let's do 16, 32, and 64 to see what happens. For the different dropout probabilities in, I mean, 0 would be nothing. Let's use 0.2 also to see what happens. You know, for the learning rate in 0.005, 0.001, and you know, maybe we want to throw on 0.1 in there as well. And then for the batch size, let's do 16, 32, 64 as well. Actually, and let's also throw in 128. Actually, let's get rid of 16. Sorry. Let's throw in 128 in there. That should be 0, 1. I'm going to record the model in history using this train model here. So we're going to do X train, Y train. The number of nodes is going to be, you know, the number of nodes that we've defined here. Dropout, prob, LR, batch size, and epochs. Okay. And then now we have both the model and the history. And what I'm going to do is, again, I want to plot the loss for the history. I'm also going to plot the accuracy. Probably should have done them side by side. That probably would have been easier. Okay, so what I'm going to do is split this up, and that will be subplots. So now this is just saying, okay, I want 1 row and 2 columns in that row for my plots. Okay, so I'm going to plot on my axis 1 the loss. I don't actually know this is gonna work. Okay, we don't care about the grid. Yeah, let's keep the grid. And then now on my other, so now on here, I'm going to plot all the accuracies on the second plot. I might have to debug this a bit, but we should be able to get rid of that. If we run this, we already have history saved as a variable in here, so if I just run it on this, okay, it has no attribute X label. Oh, I think it's because it's like set X label or something. Okay, yeah, so it's set instead of just X label, Y label. So let's see if that works. All right, cool. And let's actually make this a bit larger. Okay, so we can actually change the figure size, and I'm gonna set, let's see what happens if I set that to, oh, that's not the way I wanted it. Okay, so that looks reasonable. And that's just going to be my plot history function. So now I can plot them side by side. Here I'm going to plot the history. And what I'm actually going to do is so here first I'm going to print out all these parameters. So I'm going to print out, use the F string to print out all of this stuff. So here I'm printing out how many nodes, the dropout probability, the learning rate, and we already know how many epochs, so I'm not even going to bother with that. So once we plot this, let's actually also figure out what the validation loss is on our validation set that we have, that we created all the way back up here. All right, so remember we created 3 data sets. Let's call our model and evaluate what the validation data, what the validation data set's loss would be. And I actually want to record, let's say I want to record whatever model has the least validation loss. So first I'm going to initialize that to infinity so that, you know, any model will beat that score. So if I do float infinity, that will set that to infinity. And maybe I'll keep track of the parameters. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to keep track of the model. And I'm going to set that to none. So now down here, if the validation loss is ever less than the least validation loss, then I am going to simply come down here and say, hey, this validation, or this least validation loss is now equal to the validation loss. And the least loss model is whatever this model is that just earned that validation loss. Okay? So we are actually just going to let this run for a while, and then we're going to get our least loss model after that. So let's just run. All right, and now we wait. All right, so we've finally finished training, and you'll notice that, okay, down here, the loss actually gets to like 0.29. The accuracy is around 88%, which is pretty good. So you might be wondering, okay, why is this accuracy and this, like, these are both the validation. So this accuracy here is on the validation data set that we've defined at the beginning, right? And this one here, this is actually taking 20% of our training set every time during the training and saying, okay, how much of it do I get right now? You know, after this one step where I didn't train with any of that. So they're slightly different. And actually I realized later on that I probably what I should have done is over here when we were defining the model fit, instead of the validation split, you can define the validation data and you can pass in the validation data. I don't know if this is the proper syntax, but that's probably what I should have done. But instead, you know, we'll just stick with what we have here. So you'll see at the end, you know, with the 64 nodes, it seems like this is our best performance. 64 nodes with a dropout of 0.2, a learning rate of 0.001, and a batch size of 64. And it does seem like, yes, the validation, you know, the fake validation, but the validation loss is decreasing, and then the accuracy is increasing, which is a good sign. Okay, so finally, what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to predict. So I'm going to take this model, which we've called our least loss model. I'm going to take this model and I'm going to predict X test on that. And you'll see that it gives me some values that are really close to 0 and some that are really close to 1. And that's because we have a sigmoid output. So if I do this, and what I can do is I can cast them. So I'm going to say anything that's greater than 0.5, set that to 1. So if I think, what happens if I do this? Oh, okay, so I have to cast that as type int. So now you'll see that it's 1s and 0s. And I'm actually going to transform this into a column as well. So here I'm going to, oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, no, I wanted to just reshape it to that. So now it's one-dimensional, okay? And using that, we can actually just rerun the classification report based on this neural net output. And you'll see that, okay, the F1s, or the accuracy gives us 87%. So it seems like what happened here is the precision on class 0, so the hadrons, has increased a bit, but the recall decreased. But the F1 score is still at a good 0.81. And for the other class, it looked like the precision decreased a bit, the recall increased for an overall F1 score that's also been increased. I think I interpreted that properly. I mean, we went through all this work and we got a model that performs actually very, very similarly to the SVM model that we had earlier. And the whole point of this exercise was to demonstrate, okay, these are how you can define your models, but it's also to say, hey, maybe, you know, neural nets are very, very powerful, as you can tell, but sometimes, you know, an SVM or some other model might actually be more appropriate. But in this case, I guess it didn't really matter which one we used at the end. An 87% accuracy score is still pretty good. So yeah, let's now move on to regression. We just saw a bunch of different classification models. Now let's shift gears into regression, the other type of supervised learning. If we look at this plot over here, we see a bunch of scattered data points. And here we have our X value for those data points, and then we have the corresponding Y value, which is now our label. And when we look at this plot, well, our goal in regression is to find the line of best fit that best models this data. Essentially, we're trying to, let's say we're given some new value of X that we don't have in our sample. We're trying to say, okay, what would my prediction for Y be for that given X value? So that, you know, might be somewhere around there. I don't know. But remember in regression that, you know, given certain features, we're trying to predict some continuous numerical value for Y. In linear regression, we want to take our data and fit a linear model to this data. So in this case, our linear model might look something along the lines of here, right? So this here would be considered as maybe our line of best fit. And this line is modeled by the equation, I'm gonna write it down here, y equals b0 plus b1x. Now b0 just means it's this y-intercept, so if we extend this y down here, this value here is b0, and then b1 defines the slope of this line, okay? All right, so that's the formula for linear regression. And how exactly do we come up with that formula? What are we trying to do with this linear regression? You know, we could just eyeball where should the line be, but humans are not very good at eyeballing certain things like that. I mean, we can get close, but a computer is better at giving us a precise value for B0 and B1. Well, let's introduce the concept of something known as a residual. Okay, so residual. You might also hear this being called the error. And what that means is, let's take some data point in our data set, and we're going to evaluate how far off is our prediction from a data point that we already have. So this here is our Y. Let's say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is Y8, let's call it. You'll see that I use this yi in order to represent, hey, just one of these points, okay? So this here is y8, and this here would be the prediction, This here would be the prediction for y8, which I've labeled with this hat, okay? If it has a hat on it, that means, hey, this is my guess. This is my prediction for, you know, this specific value of x, okay? Now, the residual would be this distance here between y8 and y hat 8. So y8 minus y hat 8. All right, because that would give us this here. And I'm just going to take the absolute value of this, because what if it's below the line, right? Then you would get a negative value, but distance can't be negative, so we're just going to put a little hat, or we're going to put a little absolute value around this quantity, and that gives us the residual or the error. So let me rewrite that. And, you know, to generalize to all the points, I'm going to say the residual can be calculated as yi minus y hat of I, okay? So this just means the distance between some given point and its prediction, its corresponding prediction on the line. So now, with this residual, this line of best fit is generally trying to decrease these residuals as much as possible. So now that we have some value for the error, our line of best fit is trying to decrease the error as much as possible for all of the different data points. And that might mean, you know, minimizing the sum of all the residuals. So this here, this is the sum symbol. And if I just stick the residual calculation in there, it looks something like that, right? And I'm just gonna say, okay, for all of the i's in our data set, so for all the different points, we're gonna sum up all the residuals, and I'm going to try to decrease that with my line of best fit. So I'm gonna find the B0 and B1, which gives me the lowest value of this, okay? Now, in other, you know, sometimes in different circumstances, we might attach a squared to that. So we're trying to decrease the sum of the squared residuals. And what that does is it just, you know, it adds a higher penalty for how far off we are from, you know, points that are further off. So that is linear regression. We're trying to find this equation, some line of best fit that will help us decrease this measure of error with respect to all the data points that we have in our data set and try to come up with the best prediction for all of them. This is known as simple linear regression. And basically that means, you know, our equation looks something like this. Now, there's also multiple linear regression, which just means that, hey, if we have more than one value for x, so like think of our feature vectors, we have multiple values in our x vector, then our predictor might look something more like this. Actually, I'm just going to say etc. plus bn xn. So now I'm coming up with some coefficient for all of the different x values that I have in my vector. Now, you guys might have noticed that I have some assumptions over here, and you might be asking, okay, Kylie, what in the world do these assumptions mean? So let's go over them. The first one is linearity. And what that means is, let's say I have a data set, okay? Linearity just means, okay, does my data follow a linear pattern? Does y increase as x increases, or does y decrease as x increases? So if y increases or decreases at a constant rate as x increases, then you're probably looking at something linear. So what's an example of a nonlinear data set? Let's say I had data that might look something like that, okay? So now just visually judging this, you might say, okay, it seems like the line of best fit might actually be some curve like this, right? And in this case, we don't satisfy that linearity assumption anymore. So with linearity, we basically just want our data set to follow some sort of linear trajectory. And independence, our second assumption, just means this point over here, it should have no influence on this point over here, or this point over here, or this point over here. So in other words, all the points, all the samples in our data set should be independent, okay? They should not rely on one another. They should not affect one another. Okay, now normality and homoscedasticity those are concepts which use this residual, okay? So if I have a plot that looks something like this, and my line of best fit is somewhere here, maybe it's something like that. In order to look at these normality and homoscedasticity assumptions, let's look at the residual plot, okay? And what that means is I'm going to keep my same x-axis, but instead of plotting now where they are relative to this y, I'm going to plot these errors. So now I'm going to plot y minus y hat, like this, okay? And now, you know, this one is slightly positive, so it might be here. This one down here is negative, it might be here. So our residual plot, it's literally just a plot of how, you know, the values are distributed around our line of best fit. So it looks like it might, you know, look something like this, okay? So this might be our residual plot. And what normality means, so our assumptions are normality and homoscedasticity. I might have butchered that spelling, I don't really know. But what normality is saying, okay, these residuals should be normally distributed, okay, around this line of best fit. It should follow a normal distribution. And now what homoscedasticity says, okay, our variance of these points should remain constant throughout. So this spread here should be approximately the same as this spread over here. Now, what's an example of where, you know, homoscedasticity is not held? Well, let's say that our original plot actually looks something like this. Okay, so now if we looked at the residuals for that, it might look something like that. And now if we look at this spread of the points, it decreases, right? So now the spread is not constant, which means that homoscedasticity, this assumption would not be fulfilled, and it might not be appropriate to use linear regression. So that's just linear regression. Basically, we have a bunch of data points. We want to predict some y value for those. And we're trying to come up with this line of best fit that best describes, hey, given some value x, what would be my best guess of what y is? So let's move on to how do we evaluate a linear regression model? So the first measure that I'm going to talk about is known as mean absolute error, or MAE for short, okay? And mean absolute error is basically saying, all right, let's take all the errors, so all these residuals that we talked about, let's sum up the distance for all of them and then take the average, and then that can describe, you know, how far off are we? So the mathematical formula for that would be, okay, let's take all the residuals. All right, so this is the distance. Actually, let me redraw a plot down here. So suppose I have a data set look like this, and here are all of my data points, right? And now let's say my line looks something like that. So my mean absolute error would be summing up all of these values. This was a mistake. So summing up all of these and then dividing by how many data points I have. So what would be all the residuals? It would be yi, right? So every single point minus y hat I, so the prediction for that on here. And then we're going to sum over all of the different i's in our data set, right? So and then we divide by the number of points we have. So actually, I'm going to rewrite this to make it a little clearer. So I is equal to whatever the first data point is all the way through the nth data point. And then we divide it by n, which is how many points there are. Okay, so this is our measure of MAE. And this is basically telling us, okay, on average, this is the distance between our predicted value and the actual value in our training set. Okay? And MAE is good because it allows us to, when we get this value here, we can literally directly compare it to whatever units the Y value is in. So let's say Y is, we're talking, the prediction of the price of a house, right? In dollars. Once we calculate the MAE, we can literally say, oh, the average, price, the average, how much we're off by is literally this many dollars. Okay? So that's the mean absolute error. An evaluation technique that's also closely related to that is called the mean squared error. And this is MSE for short. Okay? Now, if I take this plot again and I duplicate it and move it down here, well, the gist of mean squared error is kind of the same, but instead of the absolute value, we're going to square. So now the MSE is something along the lines of, okay, let's sum up something, right? So we're going to sum up all of our errors. So now I'm going to do yi minus y hat I. But instead of absolute valuing them, I'm going to square them all. And then I'm going to divide by n in order to find the mean. So basically now I'm taking all of these different values and I'm squaring them first before I add them to one another. And then I divide by n. And the reason why we like using mean squared error is that it helps us punish large errors in the prediction. And later on, MSE might be important because of differentiability, right? So a quadratic equation is differentiable. If you're familiar with calculus, a quadratic equation is differentiable, whereas the absolute value function is not totally differentiable everywhere. But if you don't understand that, don't worry about it. You won't really need it right now. And now one downside of mean squared error is that once I calculate the mean squared error over here, and I go back over to y and I want to compare the values, well, it gets a little bit trickier to do that because now my mean squared error is in terms of y squared, right? This is now squared, so instead of just dollars, how many dollars off am I? I'm talking how many dollars squared off am I? And that, to humans, it doesn't really make that much sense, which is why we have created something known as the root mean square error. And I'm just going to copy this diagram over here because it's very, very similar to mean squared error, except now we take a big squared root. Okay, so this is RMSE, and we take the square root of that mean squared error. And so now the term in which, we're defining our error is now in terms of that dollar sign symbol again. So that's a pro of root mean squared error, is that now we can say, okay, our error according to this metric is this many dollar signs off from our predictor. Okay, so it's in the same unit, which is one of the pros of root mean squared error. And now finally, there is the coefficient of determination, or R squared. And this is the formula for R squared. So R squared is equal to 1 minus RSS over TSS. Okay, so what does that mean? Basically, RSS stands for the sum of the squared residuals. So maybe it should be SSR instead, but RSS, sum of the squared residuals. And this is equal to, if I take the sum of all the values and I take yi minus y hat I and square that, that is my RSS, right? It's a sum of the squared residuals. Now TSS, let me actually use a different color for that. So TSS is the total sum of squares. And what that means is that instead of being with respect to this prediction, we are instead going to take each y value and just subtract the mean of all the y values and square that. Okay, so if I drew this out, and if this were my, actually let's use a different color. Let's use green. If this were my predictor, so RSS is giving me this measure here, right? It's giving me some estimate of how far off we are from our regressor that we predicted. Actually, I'm going to use red for that. Well, TSS, on the other hand, is saying, okay, how far off are these values from the mean? So if we literally didn't do any calculations for the line of best fit, if we just took all the y values and averaged all of them and said, hey, this is the average value for every single x value, I'm just going to predict that average value instead. Then it's asking, okay, how far off are all these points from that line? Okay, and remember that this square means that we're punishing larger errors, right? So even if they look somewhat close in terms of distance, the further a few data points are, then the larger our total sum of squares is going to be. Sorry, that was my dog. So the total sum of squares is taking all of these values and saying, okay, what is the sum of squares? If I didn't do any regressor and I literally just calculated the average of all the y values in my data set, and for every single x value, I'm just gonna predict that average. Which means that, okay, like that means that maybe y and x aren't associated with each other at all. Like the best thing that I can do for any new x value is just predict, hey, this is the average of my data set. And this total sum of squares is saying, okay, well, with respect to that average, what is our error, right? So up here, this sum of the squared residuals, this is telling us what is our error with respect to this line of best fit, while our total sum of squares is saying what is the error with respect to, you know, just the average y value. And if our line of best fit is a better fit than this total sum of squares, that means that, you know, this numerator is going to be smaller than this denominator, right? And if our errors in our line of best fit are much smaller, then that means that this ratio of the RSS over TSS is going to be very small, which means that R squared is going to go towards 1. And now when R squared is towards 1, that means that that's usually a sign that we have a good predictor. It's one of the signs, not the only one. So over here, I also have, you know, that there's this adjusted R squared. And what that does, it just adjusts for the number of terms. So x1, x2, x3, etc. It adjusts for how many extra terms we add, because usually when we, you know, add an extra term, the R squared value will increase because that'll help us predict y some more. But the value for the adjusted R squared increases if the new term actually improves this model fit